Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are turning our attention to the trial out of Georgia. This is Colt Gray. He is going to be sentenced for his actions. Before that happens, though, we're going to be taking a look back at his father's trial because that'll give us some indication of what happened. And we'll be looking at news reports. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started. All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. I have Colin Gray up here, but this is actually Colt Gray. We're kind of combining them because Colt Gray is going to be sentenced this Friday. Colin Gray, his father, is going to be sentenced next Tuesday and Wednesday. So in between then, we're going to just kind of be looking at how we got from when it happened to sentencing. So with that being said, I just want to take a moment and welcome in everybody. Crazier Cat, thank you for joining us. Seashell, Squid Kid, good to see you. Elaine, Crazy Mary Fitz, thank you for joining us. Hey, William, good to see you. Bama Green Eyes, Brett, good afternoon. Good Vibes Only, hello, hello. Hey, Jenny, Glee Roll, good to see you. Quilting Girl, you are back, thank you. Rah Rah Grandma, hello, hello. Hey, Kimbers, good to see you. Debbie, hello again. Aussie Gardner saying hello. Downey Lynn, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Ruth Ann. Hello to you. Shannon, good to see you. Let's see here. Got here safe and sound. Kaylee, good, good, good. Cats Gallery, Sharon Kirkland, Iowa Backyard Cam. Den Ben, he is being sentenced on Friday. What's it, the 24th is Colt Gray. Colin Gray is going to be the 28th and the 29th. Jadzia Dax, how are you, Golden Girl? Heidi, good to see you both. Tammy, Lisa, thank you for joining us. Hey, whoever, great to see you. Nana, hello, welcome in. MJ, hello, how are you doing? Hey, Fanny, welcome in. Diane, hello again. Dina, good to see you. Just a Girl Baking. All right. So, hey, Angelique, thank you for joining us. All right. So we're going to just kind of be taking a look back at this. This happened September 4th of 2024. So this is based on Colin Gray. So I have to change this for Colt. But basically, I wanted to keep this up for the victims, Richard, Christina, Mason, and Christian. 2 students and 2 teachers were fatally shot and killed, unfortunately. Christian actually opened the door. He was the first one, and then Mason was just coming out of the bathroom, and he actually ran back. He was walking away, and shots rang out, and it went above him, and he actually got freaked out, and he actually turned around, and he ran right to Colt, unfortunately. So September 4th, 2024, Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. This happened. 2 teachers, 2 students, and several others were injured. The shooter was Colt Gray. He was 14 years old at the time, and his father, Colin Gray, shown here, gave him the weapon, and we saw all of what went on. He had a shrine to Nicholas Cruz, who was the Parkland High School shooter down here in Florida. And Colin just ignored all kinds of red flags left and right. So we're going to kind of do a little deep dive. We're going to do some news reports. We're going to watch some testimony. We're going to watch Colin's hearings. I'm sorry, his trial, just to kind of get us back into back to where we need to be. So when we see Colt's sentencing at the end of this week. So with that, let me get us over here and put us there. And first up, I want to, we're going to just look at some news clips. We're going to start with news clips just to kind of understand where we are with this trial and sentencing.
Well,
and yes, we will be careful with the firearms that are being shown. We do not want to get in trouble with YouTube, so we will be careful about that.
it was a day of terror at a Barrow County High School. A mass shooting, the GBI says, was carried out by a young student, leaving 4 people dead.
That includes 2 teachers and 2 students. And at this hour, we are still learning more about this tragic sequence of events. Here's what we know so far. The first calls coming in around 9:30 this morning to Apalachee High School, just outside of the city of Winder. Late today, the GBI confirming that 4 people were killed. Again, 2 teachers, 2 students, and at least 9 others were injured and taken to several hospitals across North Georgia. We do know that the suspect has been identified as 14-year-old Colt Gray. He is alive and was taken into custody. Take a listen to the latest news conference with the latest information from the GBI.
At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning when we talked with you and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the Sheriff's Office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. That can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. if they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very, very fluid conducted. That will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers.
Well, you have been listening to a news conference from earlier this afternoon around 4:30. Information from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation regarding today's shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We are expecting to hear from the GBI once again at some point this evening. We haven't been told exactly what time that might take place, but we'll, of course, bring that to you as soon as it happens. We have a crew still on the ground there at this hour.
Right now, we want to go out live to our Molly Oakes, who has been outside the high school really for the last few hours. Molly, you've been talking to so many students and parents and really hearing firsthand what they went through today.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about the dozens and dozens of law enforcement agencies that have been out here from counties spanning across the state, which echoes the GBI's sentiment of saying that this is not just a local investigation, but this is a state and federal level investigation now. But the only thing that matched the amount of law enforcement out here were the parents and the loved ones just trying to get through their students.
I heard gunshots, and then my teacher told us to get in the corner. I heard like screaming and police officers like get down.
My daughter called me at work screaming that there was a shooter at Apalachee. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running.
I know my teacher, I know he got shot. I know one of my friends got shot in the leg. It was, I don't know everyone, but I know some people that were shot.
I can only imagine, because they do drills for these type of things. You know, they do the preventative measures for these type of things. So to actually be in it here now is just so surreal.
I felt scared because that's when I actually realized it's real, that it's actually happening here. I never thought it would happen in the school.
Really crazy. You just never know what's going to happen.
What was going through your head when all that happened?
I thought I was going to die, and I was going to go to the bathroom right before it happened, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I would probably be dead right now if I did.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child, just to start praying for all the kids.
Yeah, we talk about how the community has really wrapped their arms around each other today. Now, not only have we heard from thoughts and prayers from parents and loved ones out here, seeing those hugs behind camera when I was talking with people, just hearing that their kids were okay, but we were also seeing folks after they came and finally got their students coming back, bringing water bottles to law enforcement, water bottles to media crews. Even when I was on camera just now, the Salvation Army's now out here and handed us 2 water bottles. So this is a very tight-knit community that is really hurting, but working to heal with each other's help right now. That healing is also coming from the district level as well. Barrow County School District says schools will be closed this week, but they will have grief counselors at the central office tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Guys.
All right, Molly Oak live for us, and we will no doubt see more of that community support in about 20 minutes when the community is gathering for a vigil there in the city of Winder.
That is certainly true. We do want to share some new sound with you tonight from a junior at the school who says that they were seated next to the alleged shooter not long before this all took place.
I just remember, like, the moment that it happened, he was at the door, and I knew they were looking for him already, but he was at the door and they almost let him in until they backed up, and then he turned away, and that's when you hear like the first rounds of fire.
So he was in class with you, in algebra class, he left. Then he came back, was at the door, and then knocking to be let back in. Why? You told me something about the doors.
Yeah, they lock automatically, so you have to be let in to come back into our classroom. So I think he wanted to come to us first.
Come to you first to shoot?
Yes, to shoot us class.
And then he was at the door, student went to open the door, and then what happened?
She backed away. I think she saw him, or maybe somebody said something, but I'm pretty sure she saw that he had a gun, and so she backed away.
So she was about to let him into the class, you think, to shoot the students, saw that he had a gun, did not let him in. What happened next?
He turns to the classroom to what would have been my right, and he just starts to shoot, and you hear like about 10 to 15 rounds back to back.
What did you hear?
So if you guys remember that testimony, I forget that student's name, but she went to go let him in. She saw that he had a firearm. She didn't let him in, so Colt goes next door, and it was Christian that opened the door. I mean, that's just, it's so terrible. So he actually opened the door, and then Colt did what he did.
What did you think was going on in those moments?
As soon as they didn't let him in, you kind of, like, I don't know, I already kind of had a feeling it was going to happen, and it was him. But as soon as they didn't let him in, and you hear the gunshots, you kind of like, no.
You knew that something very bad was happening next door. Did he ever say anything?
No, he never really talked. He was pretty quiet. He wasn't there most times. Either he just didn't come to school, or he just would skip class. But even when he would have talked, it was one-word answers or just short statements.
You told me off camera you weren't surprised that he would be the shooter. Why is that?
Just because when you think of like shooters and how they act or things that they do, it's usually the quiet kid, or like that's a stereotype for it to be, and he was the one that fit that description in our class.
Did you ever see the gun, or did the student that go to the door see the gun, describe it to you guys?
No, I haven't talked with her after this. It was all pretty hectic, but I didn't see the gun. Like when we heard it, most people just dropped to the floor and like kind of crawled in an area, like piled on top of each other, lost a shoe when they were, trying to get to a corner. The teacher turned off the lights, but we all just kind of piled together. And like I pushed desks in front of us. I was just telling people like, oh, push desks in front of you, block in front of you, get low, things like that.
What would you say to this student that you were just elbow to elbow with just this morning in algebra class, and now this?
I'm not sure. I want to know why he did it. I think that would be I want to know why.
That is just absolutely terrifying to hear that student's account, that someone went to the door and could have let that student, the alleged shooter, into class, but backed away.
Yeah, we've heard so many stories like that just coming in over the last couple of hours. Students who heard the gunfire, students who were almost perhaps in the line of gunfire. One guy said he almost went to the bathroom, but kind of just for some reason waited a bit, and could have been one of those people. So just heartbreaking and harrowing just to hear some of that.
Yeah, we want to get you now to our 11 Alive investigative reporter, Zach Merchant. He has been at the hospital, the Northeast Georgia Medical Health System Medical Center in Barrow County. Zach, what can you tell us about some of the victims that we know have been transported to various hospitals throughout North Georgia?
Well, last word, 3 of the 9 people who were injured are being treated inside the Northeast Georgia Health System. 2 of those patients, they're being treated right here at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Winder. A 3rd patient within the system is being treated at the Gainesville location. That is a level 1 trauma center. Importantly, a spokesperson for the health system says that all 3 of those victims, they are gunshot wound victims, but they suffered non-life threatening injuries. He didn't have any more information than that, couldn't release their names, their identities, their ages, whether they were students or adults. But again, really important to emphasize, saying that those 3 patients within the Northeast Georgia health system suffered non-life-threatening injuries. And 2 young men we met today will be very, very happy to hear that news. They work right across the street from the Northeast Georgia Medical Center campus here in Winder. Their names are Christian Kinna and Ashton Hopkins. They watched this morning as first responders rushed to Apalachee High School. Kinna and Hopkins, they are recent high school graduates themselves. They just graduated from Apalachee's rival school, Winder Barrow High School, last spring. And in this small, tight-knit community, they say they know a lot of people in the Apalachee community too.
It hurts to see people who are possibly down the same path as I am coming to a fate quicker and not getting the opportunity to shine, as if a shooting star just got shot down. Like, it's really just sad to me, because I know for a fact that they could be someone great, and we would have never known.
You just heard from Christian Kinna. He's 18 years old. As we said, he's a recent Winder Barrow High School graduate. He has a younger sister who is still a high school student at Winder Barrow. Christian says she was on lockdown today. Authorities tell us that lockdown was precautionary. There was never an active threat there, but you can just imagine the terror that she felt, and even more so, the terror that so many young people and teachers and other adults inside Apalachee High School experienced today. A spokesperson for the Northeast Georgia Health System says that in addition to the 3 gunshot wound victims they're treating across the health system here, he says 5 people have checked themselves into the hospital experiencing what he described as anxiety or panic attack symptoms related to today's shooting. We're live in Winder. Zach Merchant, 11 Alive News.
All right, Zach, thank you so much. We also know tonight that at least 1 person was life-flighted to Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta as a result of this shooting. So we're continuing to work that part of this investigation for you tonight as well.
Right now, we want to bring in a Loved Alive's Caitlin Ross, because we know that 2 students and 2 teachers among those who were killed today, just horrible. And I know you've been talking with some loved ones and friends of those who lost their lives.
It is beyond tragic, and we are learning more about those people right now. We're waiting to identify them until we hear directly from police. We want to make sure that those friends and loved ones and family members all have a chance to hear that news. But what we know about these people who were killed is they were all remarkable. We're hearing stories of heroism, the 2 teachers who were killed protecting students, the kids, those students who were killed. We're hearing they were in the same class as the shooter, that they knew him, that they were in class with him. And when you were listening to the witness describe what happened as that shooter came to her door, went right next door, those were classmates of his. And so we're hearing now from family members who had children in those classes that the parents of the students who were killed were frantic looking for them in the hours before they were notified by police. One boy who was in class was a special needs student, had autism. His family was outside for hours making pleas on social media, begging anyone who had seen him to come forward. They were notified around 3:15 in the afternoon, and this family friend told me they were absolutely devastated. She says there is a feeling.
That's Mason. So Mason was the one that had autism. He's the one that went to the restroom. He was coming back. He was actually walking down the hall. Colt shoots, and the bullets ricochet, and he freaks out, and he turns around and he runs right into Colt. So that's Mason.
Of heaviness in the entire city, that you go out and you walk around and everyone is in mourning, and they will continue to be in mourning as these stories come out, as we hear more about these victims. I think there's a lot more to learn about what happened inside that school today.
And the unfortunate piece of this is that people are still learning more about who maybe lost their lives. They're seeing these names on social media. Again, we are waiting for official confirmation, but people in that community can't help but start to hear year, and that grieving process is about to begin for so many. As we again understand, it's 2 students and 2 teachers. These are people that these students and staff members were seeing every day in class for many years.
Right, and you raised such an important point there, that this is such a small community, and that plays so heavily into people's reactions here. It's because they all know each other. They know and support each other, and if they didn't know the person directly, they have a family member or a friend who did. And so as you're hearing all of these names, there really is this sense of devastation that it's 4 people that they all knew so well and grew up with that are now lost.
I think the sheriff kind of underscored that when he talked about during his news conference. He said, I was born and raised in this community. I have kids in this school district. I went to these high schools. So I think whether you're someone in law enforcement, a 911 dispatcher, a nurse, everyone can find some way to be impacted and feel the grief with this.
Right, exactly. That was the trauma doctor I was speaking to earlier said, it's hard enough to do your job when there's a tragedy, but then in these towns, in these communities, these are people who who are coming into your hospital with gunshot wounds. And so it's, they train for this. I saw a really interesting post from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office from years ago about how they train these active shooter drills constantly. And they do it in Barrow County, they do it with force. So they're confronted by people who are waiting in these classrooms, and they know how to respond. The 2 SROs who did respond likely saved countless lives today. But thinking of that mechanism of response when you're in that moment of panic and it's people that it's almost unthinkable. So I'm so glad you said that, Jonathan, that this is so difficult for those first responders who are on these scenes and having to do everything they can to save lives.
And when you think about it, it's anyone who's lost a loved one knows how difficult it is to deal with that loss. But imagine doing it at this age as well. Right. Grief is already difficult enough to process, but to deal with it in such a violent manner in this way is truly devastating. Caitlin, thank you so much.
All right, now we want to get over to 11 Alive's Grace King, because this really has gripped so many of us, not just in the Barrow community, not just here in Metro Atlanta, but also it's prompted a national conversation as well.
All right, so let's get you now to Grace King joining us from the newsroom. Grace, we are hearing from so many people who have comments to say about this tonight.
Right, we're hearing from local leaders, national organizations calling for an end to the violence that claimed 4 lives today. The Children's Defense Fund says our desire for easy access to guns has overwhelmed the need for physical protection and social emotional wellness for young people. It says it dreams and fights for a day when children will play freely in parks, walk safely to bus stops, and learn in schools as sanctuaries. Georgia House Speaker John Burns says the state's heart breaks today. He wrote they have prioritized making significant investments in mental health and school safety funding. And while there will be a time and a place for policy discussions, his sole focus right now remains on surrounding these students, teachers, and families with their love and support. And finally, Congresswoman Nikema Williams said heartbreak is not enough. Georgians need immediate, urgent action to improve gun safety because we all need to live in communities free from gun violence. Now, of course, we're continuing to follow the reaction to this tragedy. You can find even more responses, including from local school districts, right now on 11alive.com.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. As we are still hearing from so many people, including the governor, our state senators. We've also heard from the White House presidential candidates. So many people weighing in on a tragedy that's touching so many.
It's touched so many people, like we said, not just in that small community, not just North Georgia, but really throughout our country. We heard from Vice President Kamala Harris speaking during one of her rallies in New Hampshire today. Everyone just expressing sadness and really wanting to do something, and let's hope that something maybe can be done. Like he said, maybe some of the policy discussions can happen later, but still really thinking about the people right now, tonight, affected.
Yeah, and speaking of the people, the Barrow County community certainly wanting to open their arms and wrap them around everybody who has been impacted by this today. Let's get you now out to Angelina Salcido. She is live from a vigil that is taking place today to offer that support. Angelina?
Well, Well, Jennifer, this is where people are coming together in order to try and support one another after a tragedy that happened earlier today. And I'll tell you, it is a pretty somber mood out here, of course, but one of just support and a whole bunch of love for this community. Jug Tavern Park is actually about 15 minutes away from the high school where this shooting happened. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can take a look at just everybody coming together. Some people are bringing balloons, other people are bringing candles, and there are people from all walks of life here, all different kinds of communities here. Some of them were students. Others had students, or parents that had students in the school at the time of the shooting and that are still trying to process the fact that this has happened in this community. Winder, Georgia, of course, is small, and the school community is even smaller. So this is a pretty tough time for everybody who is out here, but the one thing that they tell me they knew they had to do was come out here to show their support for everybody that has been affected here. And the one thing that they continue to say is, you never think that it's going to happen, or if it does happen, it's going to happen close to home. This time, it was actually home, and I think that that is extremely tough for a lot of people to process. I just spoke to one woman, and she was telling me that her son was in the school at the time of this shooting. Her son is a freshman currently, and her son actually knew one of the people who was shot and killed today. They have not even had time to process the fact that this has happened to them, and she has been overwhelmed with emotion, but really just trying to be that strong force for her son to try and get him through the day. She said they knew that they had to come here. They knew that they had to come here to try and process everything with everybody else at the same time as everybody else and give that support that they know that they need to everybody else as well. So we're going to be here throughout the night, talking to different people. As we look around, there's a lot of people that have been crying, a lot of people giving each other hugs, a lot of people shedding tears with one another, bringing signs of love and support for others, flowers, balloons, all different kinds of things. So we look forward to sharing their story and sharing all the love that has been brought to this park tonight to remember everybody who was affected today.
Angelina, you mentioned folks bringing different items like the balloons and flowers. Do we know, is there any type of formal program, or is this really just an event for people to come out and share their grief and share their support and love with one another?
So right now, the city talked about this a little bit earlier today, put it out on social media, as well as the police department as well. They really just wanted to give people a space so that they could come, try to process the news, come together, reunify with one another, and try to talk through everything and process everything that has happened today. With that being said, we have seen like a speaker system being brought out here. We have seen a few different things that have been brought out. So we're not quite sure how the program is going to go moving forward, but we have seen people being given candles. So as that program develops, we'll of course share that with you guys as well.
All right, our Angelina Salcido live for us. We know you'll be joining us again during our 11 o'clock hour for the latest as well. Thank you so much. And one of the things she talked about was processing. It's really sometimes hard to process what you don't know. Yeah. And there's a lot that we still just don't know behind what happened today. We don't know, again, the conditions of some of the people that are still in the hospital. So our hearts really go out to those people in Winder who are trying to cope and comfort one another still with so many questions out there.
All right. Well, there are so many questions, but there is some information that we have learned tonight from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. We know 4 people have been killed, 2 students, 2 teachers, 9 people hospitalized at various facilities across North Georgia. We do know from the GBI that there is a 14-year-old suspect who is in custody, who is expected to be tried for murder as an adult, and we understand his name is Colt Gray. We know that this suspect surrendered immediately after being confronted by school resource officers. That information, again, coming from the GBI. So, again, this is a developing story. The investigation is underway. Jonathan, earlier today, we were hearing from so many families who were looking to be reunited with their students, saying that the students were being interviewed by the GBI and other law enforcement officials as part of this investigation. So this is just the very beginning of this process for them.
Because many of those students, as we've been saying all afternoon and evening, saw the gunfire, they heard the gunfire, saw the gunman in the hallway. So for a lot of them, their testimony, their account of what happened will be key to this investigation. And we do know, again, that we expect another update sometime tonight from the GBI. We were told it could come within the 7 or 8 o'clock hour. We, of course, will bring that to you on our 11 Alive Plus app and have the very latest for you coming up on 11 Alive News at 11.
That is
All right, we're going to end that there. So I remember we were doing some recaps with Claire. If you guys remember Claire from, we were doing we did recaps with Paul Canero with her, and then we were doing recaps with Colin Gray. And during one of that, it was the whole issue was storage, right? The whole issue was storage, and being this area of the country, people love their firearms. Nothing wrong with that. The issue that kept coming up was storing the firearms and how they were stored. Colin did not store the firearms or bullets properly, and we'll see that. Hopefully, we'll see that as we go through his testimony. This week, is that investigators showed pictures and I think video maybe, or definitely pictures, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, no, I had that rifle. It was stored properly." No, it wasn't. It was like in Colt's I think his closet, and there was ammo just all over the place. So here's one thing that I remember that happened. So in Savannah, Georgia, they had a mandate securing firearms in locked vehicles, right? And that was ruled unconstitutional and unenforceable. So the court struck down the city's local measures because it violated the U.S. Constitution and conflicts with state laws, which prohibit local governments from regulating firearm possession. And that really got me really upset, because it's like, I hate when a larger entity comes down on the smaller entities and says, no, you don't have a right to do this. It's like the states, the whole federal state argument, hey, states have their rights, the feds have their rights, and that's a huge political back and forth as well. And then take it down to local level. I think people in like a city, a county, a town, they know what is best for their constituents, for their people. Not at a state level. State level saying, oh no, you have to do this. I mean, obviously on certain things, same with the feds. On certain things, you need federal control and regulation. On other points, you need states control and regulations. I get all that. But when a city particularly says, hey, you know what? We want to protect our citizens. We want to make sure. And this wasn't like we're taking your firearms away. It was nothing like that. All they were doing was saying, secure your firearm in a locked vehicle. That's all they were saying. That's not unreasonable. That's not unreasonable at all. Just because people, I guess there was in Savannah, people were having their vehicles broken into, and you could just grab somebody's rifle or whatever, hand held, and run away with it. But they were saying, no, you have to secure it. Again, that's not, I don't understand. And then the state came in and said, nope, that's you're violating the state constitution. That one would upset me. I don't agree with that at all. On multiple levels. First of all, the state coming into a local jurisdiction saying you have to do it, no, I think the locals should be able to control their own lives. And then second of all, it wasn't unreasonable. Savannah wasn't saying do away with firearms. Savannah was saying, no, just make sure they're locked up. Just make sure they're locked up. So I remember Claire and I had that conversation. All right. Let's take a breather. Hey, Brad, this one's going to be upsetting, 100% upsetting. So I'll do my best not to get everybody worked up, but hey, how are you? You just found this, have to rewind. Yeah. Colt is going to be sentenced this Friday. And I just watched a news report, and I'll show that in a little bit, maybe a couple hours or so. We got to get through a few more things. But they think it's going to take a couple days. And then his father, Colin, who did go to trial, his sentencing starts on Tuesday of next week. So we're going to be, while Lindsay Clancy is getting jury selection, and I also just read that Lindsay Clancy they have seated 2 jurors. So 2 out of the 18, they have seated 2 out of the 18 jurors. So yeah, while Lindsay Clancy's jury is getting selected, we have Colt Gray to deal with this week, Friday, possibly into Monday. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. And then we have Colin Gray. He's next Tuesday and Wednesday. So we have a lot to deal with. All right. So next up, we always look at the victims, because that's what we're here for. Is we honor the victims and survivors, and we want to be sure we remember their names and not just Colt or Colin's names.
Morning news.
All right. So here's a clip on the victims.
Starts now.
There was blood everywhere. You could smell the gunpowder. You could smell a lot of screaming, yelling, a little bit of chaos.
Tragedy and sadness overshadows Barrow County as devastating details continue to come out. The harsh reality the community is facing.
I saw a deceased body on the floor, but it was like covered up, and I saw a female with a shot wound to her leg.
Plus, the community emphasizing the need for a united front as students process these emotions from the tragedy.
And a shocking new twist in the deadly high school shooting, where the gunman got his weapon and his connection to the shooter. How investigators are seeking answers for the motive behind this horrific act. Good morning at 5:30. Thanks for being with us. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. This morning, we're waking up with a lot of new information about the deadly Apalachee High School shooting and the investigation. Take a look at your screen. We now have the mugshot of accused shooter, 14-year-old Colt Gray. Police say he opened fire among students in a classroom on Wednesday morning. Gray has been charged with 4 felony counts of murder. He sits in the Gainesville Youth Detention Center as we speak this morning, and he will appear before a judge virtually in just a few hours around 8:30. This is 54-year-old Colin Gray. He's the father of Colt, and he is now charged with involuntary manslaughter, second-degree murder, and cruelty to children. The GBI says he is accused of knowingly allowing his son to possess a weapon. NBC is reporting that Colin Gray told investigators he gifted his son the gun that was used in the shooting as a Christmas gift. We want to bring faces to the names of those killed in the shooting and always keep it top of mind those most impacted. The lives taken of 2 students and 2 teachers taken within hours of the school day starting. These are teachers Richard Aspinwall and Christina Irami and 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angulo.
We want to make sure you know the timeline of the Apalachee High School shooting. A student named Layla Sayareth spoke to CNN and said that the alleged shooter left her classroom around 9:45 a.m. She says he came back toward the end of class with a gun, but another student refused to open the door. So she says he went to the classroom next door and opened fire. Around 10:20 a.m., the Barrow County Sheriff's Office says it received the first alert of an active shooting situation at Apalachee High School. School resource officers responded, and so did law enforcement. And within 6 minutes of that first alert, the sheriff's office says Colt Gray was taken into custody. We're told the alert system teachers wear can immediately trigger a lockdown. It's unclear exactly when that lockdown was lifted, but 11 Alive heard from the Barrow County School District at around 11:34 a.m., letting us know that students were being released to go home and class was canceled for the rest of the week.
All right, I have a little bit more of a timeline. That was quick. All right, here's a little bit more of a timeline. And then I'm going to play that body cam when the officers showed up to the Gray's house. He was posting on Discord, and they didn't really check into that. I mean, there's so much that happened that went wrong, you know. That could have been. All right.
We are learning more about plans to remember and honor the lives of 2 teachers and 2 students killed when the gunman opened fire inside the school 1 week ago today. 2 separate services are now set for Saturday, one to remember 14-year-old Mason Schermerhorn, the other to remember the life of math teacher Christina Irami. Mason enjoyed playing video games, loved Disney World, loved Legos. According to his obituary, he loved his family most of all. His family's asking attendees to Saturday's memorial service to wear red. That was Mason's favorite color. The service is set for 2 p.m. at the Jefferson Civic Center.
So Mason was the one that had autism, I believe, and he was the one that was going. He went to the restroom and he was walking back, and Colt was behind him, and he shot, and the bullets missed him, and then he turned around and he ran right back into Colt.
We're also learning that math teacher Christina Irami will be laid to rest at Hamilton Mill Memorial Chapel and Gardens in Buford. The funeral service will start at 2 p.m. It will be open to the public. She will then be laid to rest around 3:30 p.m. As the story develops, there's still no return date set for Apalachee High School students. We do know the suspect, Colt Gray, 14 years old, had just started school at Apalachee High School at the time of the shooting. It was his second day in the building. He and his father are both behind bars today facing charges. They will be back in court December 4th. As we stay on top of this investigation, we want to keep you updated as well. You can text the number on your screen here.
All right, we don't need to watch all that. All right, now here's this body cam that was a year before. So this happened September of 2024. So this is the body cam. Remember, Colt was on Discord saying he was going to shoot up a school. He was doing all this stuff.
So what? Tell me what you have any.
So here's the body cam that they played this in court, but we're going to watch it here as well.
Is there anything we got? Colt Gray. Colt? Yeah, Colt. He's my oldest son. How old is he? He's 13. Does he play a lot of video games and stuff? Yeah, he does. Play all the time. Is he here right now? Yeah. But you think it's something he might have... I want to know. Can we talk to him? Yeah, absolutely. Now look, he gonna get all red face when you talk to him. Just calm. All right. So him and his. Let me give you a backstory. So. We lived over traditions. I went to work one day. I'm sole provider. Build high rises downtown. So I get a call from one of y'all. So my family's in law enforcement. So when I get the call, I'm trying to think the officer's name. Turns out, nicest guy ever. He's like, I just want to let you know I'm at your house. I'm like, for what? He said, y'all have been evicted. I'm like, no, I just paid rent. He's like, nope. He's like, I'm going to stay here till you get here. So I drove all the way home. All my front yard. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'll just let you know this is what's going on. There's people standing there with trailers. And I'm like, what are they doing? He's like, well, they're going to get your stuff after 24 hours. Is that right? Like, I don't even know why y'all are here. So, long story short, I'm like, trying to figure out what's going on with my wife. She's in the house. So we split. Long story short, for obvious reasons. She took my younger two and went back home, lived with her mama. Colt and I rented a house and came here. So we've been good, no problems. He struggled at first with the separation and all. School was kind of so-so. So I've been up at school countless times just tracking with him, hey, make sure you're good. They understand what's going on. He goes to Jefferson School? He goes to Jefferson Middle School, yes, sir. So he's been doing really good. In the beginning he kind of struggled a little bit. But
let me ask you this, do you have weapons in the house?
I do.
Are they accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are down. We do a lot of shooting. We do a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. Okay. So I'm pretty much in shock, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'm a little pissed off, to be even really honest with you, if that is what was said. But we've been up to the school for so many times now.
The information I got was sort of incomplete, and I don't know how old it is. And like I said, the original complaint went to your other address, or your previous address, and that's where we just came from, and it wasn't them.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it wasn't.
I don't know if, so we ran I had your name and date of birth, so that's how we got this address. So
I mean, I swear to God, we've been up to school. I've been up to school, like, I'm on first name. I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, make sure Colt's good. He gets flustered and under pressure. He doesn't really think straight. Can we just, just kind of put your arms around him, get him through 7th grade? I just want to make sure he's good. Like, I mean, we're up there all the time talking to school. If you talk to that school, they'll know exactly who I am. I'll say that. Okay. I mean, because I'm up there that much,
Checking in on him.
Yeah, sure I just want to make sure he's good. Yeah. So I'm a little taken back by the whole thing, but I can tell you this, I take that very serious, and so does he, as a matter of fact. He's...
Say his first name's Colt?
Colt, C-O-L-T, yes, sir.
I mean, all I can do is ask him.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, I want you to talk to him and just tell him. Like, I don't know anything about him saying that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible to him. I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all, and get him interested in the outdoors. Like on my phone,
get him away from those video games.
Exactly right. That's the God honest truth. And the picture on my phone is him with blood on his cheeks from shooting his first deer. It was just the greatest day ever. He knows the seriousness of weapons and what they can do and how to use them and not use them. So it's kind of it's kind of a little bit of a shock. So, in whatever y'all are telling him, please instill in him that if this is whatever or wherever this is coming from, it's no joke.
Yeah.
Like, it's no joke.
Well, we wouldn't be here if it was.
No, I know. And I'm telling you right now, we talk about it quite a bit. Okay. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah, scary.
Hey, are you getting picked on at school? He is. He's getting picked on at school, and is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there. Yeah. Because you never really know, and I don't want anything to happen to him. So, yeah, y'all.
All right, well, if you want to grab them,
y'all talk to
or
him.
we can go in. It's
all cool. Hang on.
That's the worst part about it. I don't know
what information you have.
when the information came in.
These are good dudes. Just put it there.
Hey, Colt, what's going on, bud? So did your dad kind of explain everything to you?
He said something about
shooting up a school.
Did you say something about school shooting?
Never. I just told him, I don't know what. Maybe they misheard somebody else. I would never say I was right.
You never ever said.
No, I swear.
Do you use Discord?
Discord?
Yes, sir.
I used to. I don't have it anymore.
When's the last time you used it?
Like a few months ago.
Really?
Was it at Traditions, or was it here?
No, it was at Traditions, because in that Discord account that I had deleted it
before you moved here.
Yeah, because I think it got amen password pulled or something. Like I clicked on a link and somebody.
Have you heard anybody on Discord when you were using it say something like that? Remember?
Like at that time?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think I ever had anybody that.
Never. And I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody hemmed up, but this is some serious stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, he knows how serious it is. Trust me.
Because I'd hate to. My boss was even like, I don't know how old this information is, and if you want to wait till Monday to follow up, I was like, nah, I'd rather do it now, because
so would we.
Because God forbid something happened and I didn't do my job, I'd feel pretty bad about that. So I just want to make sure you understand that if something like that happens, or you hear something like that, report it. Tell your dad, tell teacher.
Like I told him, I would promise I would never say something like that.
So you haven't used Discord in a few months?
Oh, no.
And you're saying you didn't say anything like that?
No, the only thing I have is TikTok, but I just go around there and watch videos.
Okay. All right, well, fair enough.
What's your birthday?
He's just going to do a little report saying that
We talked.
We've done reference to this, and that we talked, and you saying that you didn't say anything like that. And I got to take you at your word, and I hope you're being honest with me. I'm not saying you're lying, but it's
a serious thing. Really.
It's not unusual for people to lie to police.
He's familiar with that too.
Hey, Colin, what's a good phone number for you, sir? Okay.
How's school going?
Oh, it's going good here.
About ready to get done with it?
I actually already finished. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
When was your last day?
Let's say Sunday, so Friday.
Friday? What grade you going into?
8th grade.
8th grade, almost high school, man.
Yeah.
The last 4 years, really, the last 4 years is what matters.
Yeah. I'm just focusing on that.
Get them good grades, man. It'll set you up for the rest of
Yeah, so look, you all are welcome any time. We take it like dead serious around here, and I just want to make sure that I'd even feel better if you do find out what or where. Like, can somebody let us know? Cause
sure.
He's going to be full of anxiety until this gets resolved. I can tell you that right now.
I would never really say something related to school.
So did you switch schools when you moved from Traditions? Where were you going before?
West Jackson.
West Jackson Middle? Okay. Is things a lot better now?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. That's good.
Let me grab you one. Can I walk through the grass? I'm going to grab a car real quick.
Yeah, it's all good.
Are you getting bullied over there at West Jackson Middle?
That's the thing. I wasn't back there. I wasn't getting
Now, look, be honest with him about now in middle school. I told him you were now, and that's
You getting switched out halfway through the school year? Being the new guy?
Yeah, I'm being that while. We moved like 6 times already. So.
Well, my dad was a logger and grew up in the military. We moved a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah. Well, at the past schools, surprisingly, I had friends. Like, I didn't even necessarily have a reason that I would say that or anything.
No. Well, there's always somebody you can talk to if you need to.
Yeah, sure.
School resource counselors.
Yeah, and I do talk to them. Yeah, I talk to the counselor quite often.
Okay.
Just, let her update her on, just how my life's going and stuff like that.
Yeah, start looking out and making goals for yourself.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You interested in anything?
I want to be a philosopher when I grow up.
A what?
A philosopher.
A philosopher.
Yeah. It's kind of out there thing.
Yeah. Well, do what you enjoy. I did 20 years in the military. You don't have to settle on just one thing.
Yeah.
Did 20 years in the military, retired from that, and been doing this for 7. So you don't have to fit everything inside the box.
Yeah, that might branch out to different stuff.
No. We got guys at the sheriff's office. They're full-time plumbers, full-time police officers, and do what pays the bills. Do what they enjoy. But everything's going good.
Yeah, for sure.
No, that's good. You got a phone?
Do I have a phone? Yeah, I have a phone.
What's your phone number?
Like I said, I changed my phone number and I just connected my
All right. Dad said you went deer hunting for the first time this past year.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you get?
3-pointer.
3-pointer?
Yeah, it was nothing much, but I still.
Fork on one side and a prong on the other, or?
It was one on one side and 2,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, fork on one side and one on the other. Spike.
Yeah.
All right. So that was the body cam. They do show that. In the trial, and boy, it's flooding back to me all my notes. I'm just looking at all my notes. Marcy, remember his mom? Marcy gave him Zoloft. Remember, he's texting, he's yelling at his dad. And a lot of you were wondering why wasn't Marcy brought up with charges? Here she is giving her son medication. prescription meds without taking him to a doctor. I mean, there was a lot. There was a lot in this trial, I remember. All right, here he is getting arraigned. So we're going to jump forward a little bit, getting him arraigned.
Now we're talking about how it has been 8 months since the deadliest school shooting in Georgia's history, and family members of one of those victims say they don't want the road to justice to drag on any longer. Thank you so much for being here for Fox 5 News at noon. I'm Alex Whitler. Family members were in a Barrow County courtroom for a hearing for suspected school shooter Colt Gray. Fox 5's Tyler Finger joins us live now from outside the courthouse with the next steps in this process. We imagine this was an emotional day for those victims' family members. Tyler.
Yeah, Alex, good afternoon to you. Normally, the next steps would be getting ready for trial, but we learned today that the accused Apalachee High School shooter may never actually stand trial. I'll talk about that in just a moment, but first, I want to take you inside the courtroom. You're looking at the accused teen killer, Colt Gray. This is the first time we have seen his face since his mugshot was taken. Until today, we weren't allowed to show his face, but a motion was made to change that, and all sides agreed. Colt appeared via Zoom for his status hearing. Colt's attorney, Alfonso Kraft, told the judge that his client is moving toward making a non-negotiated plea to avoid a trial. That means he would plead guilty without a sentencing agreement, which would give the judge discretion on how to sentence him. Kraft said a decision will ultimately come after they finish some investigatory work and after Colt visits with a psychologist this month. Colt's attorney said that the psychologist's report will be ready by the end of June or early July, and said they could possibly set a plea hearing for October. That would come after the trial of Colt's father, Colin Gray, which is currently set to begin in September. Prosecutors accuse Colin Gray of allowing his 14-year-old son, Colt, access to guns, knowing the boy was a danger. I spoke to the family of Coach Richard Aspinwall, one of the 4 killed in the mass shooting, about today's news. The family was split on if a trial should happen. Take a listen.
I don't want to see no plea deals. I don't want to see nothing negotiated. I want to go through the trial process, send him to prison, and that's it.
You want jurors to make the decision?
Absolutely.
I can't say he's guilty because it's not my, but if he is guilty, then yes, I would like to see this end. If he wants to plead guilty, then it would just be a better route for everybody. Get it behind us.
And the Aspinwall family says they want to see Colt get life in prison without the possibility of parole. Colt's father, Colin Gray, appeared in court last month for a change of venue hearing. The judge here in Barrow County ruled that the Barrow County will not have jurors actually decide Colin Gray's fate once he goes to trial. A decision, though, is still up in the air on whether they're going to actually move the trial to a different location here in Georgia, or if actually they're going to bring jurors from a location other than Barrow County here to this courthouse to hold the trial. That's something we are still waiting on. We're about 2 weeks away is the deadline to be able to get that motion or get that ruling in, according to the judge when he talked about that last month. We're, of course, going to be following all the latest developments here in Barrow County and, of course, bring it to you on air and online. We are live in Barrow County this afternoon.
So they did end up for Colin, they pulled him from Hall County. The jurors were pulled from about an hour away. All right, so just to recap, we're going to be looking at the Grays this week while Lindsay Clancy's jury is in jury selection, and we understand that they've seated 2 jurors in the Lindsay Clancy case. They need 18, so they need 16 more. So in the meantime, Colt Gray is going to be sentenced starting this Friday. That may go into next week, and then Colin Gray, his father, is going to be sentenced starting Tuesday, and they are expecting, they have 2 days set aside for that. All right, so here he is talking about that plea, non-negotiable plea deal. So here's that non-negotiable plea deal.
For July 24th.
Sorry, here's the non-negotiable plea deal that they were talking about.
4th in the case against Colt Gray, the teen accused in the deadly Apalachee High School shooting. Court records show he's scheduled to enter a non-negotiated plea, with sentencing expected to continue into the following week. The trial has also been moved out of Barrow County to help ensure an impartial jury. Gray faces 55 charges in the 2024 shooting that killed 2 students and 2 teachers. Meanwhile, his father, Colin Gray, is set to be sentenced July 28th and 29th after being convicted of giving his son the rifle used in the attack despite warning signs.
All right. So now the only thing I want to play right now is, here, let me put us back over here. Now we're going to look back at the actual trial. So I'm going to start with openings. And we're going to just kind of look through this trial. I'm going to pick some highlights. We won't watch all of the testimony, but we'll watch the highlights. So this is where I would say, settle in, get comfortable, and we're going to take a look back at the Colin Gray trial as we prepare for Colt Gray's sentencing, followed by Colin Gray's sentencing. So these are opening statements.
This is the exhibit I will be showing. Thank you. Good morning. Before we start, one thing needs to be abundantly clear. This is not a case about holding parents accountable for what their children do. That's not what this case is about. This case is about this defendant and his actions. His actions in allowing a child that he has custody over access to a firearm and ammunition after being warned that that child was going to harm others. This is a case about his actions and the horrific consequences of them. I'm going to take you now to September 4th, 2024. It was a Wednesday morning. It was just after the Labor Day holiday. A 14-year-old boy enters Apalachee High School here in Barrow County. It's a new school for him. In fact, he had been out of school completely the entire previous year. And while the school year was already a month old, this was only his 5th day attending school. As he walked through the crowded hallways, he carried his book bag in front of him. And hidden inside that book bag was a 6-hour M400 AR style rifle. This 14-year-old boy has an evil plan. He goes to his first period class, located here. It's a computer science class. He sits down at the table, and he puts his book bag with the rifle next to him. At some point during the class, he gets up and approaches the teacher, and he asks her, "Have y'all had any active shooter drills?" She says, "Yeah, actually, we had one last week. You were absent." He goes back and sits down. The teacher ponders on this a bit. It's an odd question to ask. She doesn't know this boy very well. He's only been there 5 times. So she emails the school counselor, and she courtesy copies her direct supervisor, the vice principal, about the question the boy had asked. At the end of class, at 9:38, this boy picks up his book bag with the rifle in it carries it in front of him out of the class, heading to his second period class. But that first period teacher stewed on it a little more, and between the class breaks, she decided, I'm going to go up to the office and find the vice principal and talk to her. But at this very moment, that 14-year-old boy is entering his second period class. It's 9:40 a.m. He takes a seat and he puts that book bag with the rifle in it next to him. 14 minutes later, at 9:54 a.m., that boy gets up, grabs his book bag, and he tells the teacher, I'm going to go to the counseling office, which is located down here. He leaves the class, but he doesn't go down to the counseling office. He goes down what's called J Hall, and he enters the boys' bathroom here. He goes into a stall, locks the stall, and he hides there for the next 26 minutes. Now, 4 minutes before he left second period, at 9:50 a.m., the boy's mother calls the school counselor, who's in this suite here. Now, the boy's mother doesn't live here in Winder. She's down in Fitzgerald, Georgia, which is in South Georgia. It's a 4.5-hour drive from here. But the boy that morning has sent some text messages that bother her. And he's now not answering his phone when they call or try and get a reply. She's worried about his emotional well-being. Now, the counselor had actually met this boy the week before. He had a panic attack at school, went to her office, and was too upset to go back to class. So the counselor and the mother talk on the phone for 8.5 minutes about this boy's emotional well-being. And at the very end of that call, at the end of the 8.5 minutes, for the first time, that mother mentions to the counselor that this boy has access to firearms. This sends a red flag up to the counselor. She immediately hangs up the phone and she calls the vice principal. This phone call was ended at 9:59 a.m. But remember, the boy had already left the classroom 5 minutes before that phone call ended. 5 minutes before the mother said anything about firearms. And he's hiding in this bathroom where no one knows where he is. 7 minutes after the call ends, at 10:06, the vice principal and the school resource officers arrive at the second period class. Now remember, this boy that the vice principal and the SROs are looking for has only been to that class 5 times. And there's another child in that class who has an almost identical name. And that boy has also left the classroom to actually go to the bathroom. He signed out to go to the bathroom. The second period teacher thinks that's who they're asking for and says he just went to the bathroom. Gives the vice principal that boy's backpack. And the vice principal and the school resource officers head down to the bathroom to find that boy. That boy's just up in the sinks. He comes out with them, they talk to him, they search his book bag, and they realize this isn't the right kid. He doesn't have computer science for first period. They go back to the class. They arrive there at 10:11, back to the second period class. The teacher then tells them, oh, that child has gone to the counseling office, located here, because that's where he said he was going. Vice principal, school resource officers go to the counselor's office. Of course, they haven't seen him. He never made it there. At this point, they decide they're going to go look on the security cameras, see if they can locate this boy. They go down this hall, and it's not on this map. You'll see a more full map later. So around this area is where the vice principal's office is that has access to the security cameras. So they're about right here. At 10:18, the vice principal emails the second period teacher. When did he leave your class? They're trying to locate when exactly he left because remember, this boy's only been there 5 days. They don't really know what he looks like. So they're trying to find him on the video surveillance equipment. So she emails at 10:18, when did you leave your class? 2 minutes later at 10:20, second tier teacher responds, he left towards the beginning of class. That's 10:20 a.m. when that email was sent. 1 minute later, at 10:21 a.m., that boy exits the bathroom he'd been hiding in. He's now wearing yellow work gloves. He's carrying that Sig Sauer M400 AR style rifle concealed with a poster board. And he walks back down J Hall towards his second period class. Now, when the vice principal had left that class to go look for him in the counselor's office, she shut the door behind her, and the door automatically locked. This boy is not going to be able to get into his second period class. But next door was another classroom. Right here. It was taught by Cassandra Ryan and Stephen Edwards. And inside that class were the following students: Landon Adams, Christian Angulo, Jackson Beaver, Hayden Bowen, Jalene Brady, Michaela Brown, William Carricker, Marquez Coleman, Melanie Delira Castaneda, Natalie Griffith, Taylor Jones, Kendez Lawrence, Martin Moreno Galdamez, Tyler Moon, Ariana Norman, Brittany Rubio, Mason Skirmerhorn, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton. At 10:20, Mason Skirmerhorn, who's in that room, leaves to go to the bathroom. And the door does not shut behind him. Mason goes down this hallway. He actually passes the shooter in the hallway, and Mason goes into the bathroom. The shooter goes to his second period class. The door's locked. He knocks on the door. A student in that class gets up, goes to the door to open it for him, but sees through the class at the last second him standing there with that rifle. She steps back from the door. At that exact moment, the teachers also reach the door because they've been looking for this boy, remember? And she sees through the glass him standing there outside their door with that Sig Sauer M400. She immediately presses a button on a lanyard that's around her neck that locks down the school. The boy then steps next door to the Ryan Edwards classroom, and he opens fire. He fires discriminately through the classroom, and he hits the following victims. Melanie Delira Castaneda seated here. This is the door he comes into. She's seated here. He strikes her in the left arm with a bullet. Natalie Griffith seated here. Strikes her in the shoulder, the upper arm, and the forearm. Taylor Jones seated here, struck through the leg. Christian Angulo seated here by the door. He shoots him through the wrist, into the chest. He would not survive. Jackson Beaver, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton were also in that room. They were struck by shrapnel from the bullets ricocheting around the room. When he finishes shooting, the shooter then leaves. He runs down J Hall. He's looking for more victims. Christina Iermy is a teacher in this classroom. She hears the commotion. She steps out, looks down the hall. The shooter's about here. He shoots her through the neck before she can get back in the room. She would not survive. Richard Aspinwall is coming out of this room on I Hall. He hears the commotion. Joining him is David Phoenix coming out of this room. The two of them start coming down the hall here, but they don't get very far because the shooter has now reached this point. He turns his gun down this hallway and sends a hail of bullets towards them. As they dive towards their room, David Phoenix is shot in the hip and in the foot. Richard Aspinwall is shot in the side and the upper chest. He would not survive. The shooter continues down the hallway. He gets to here, tries to get in this door, it won't open. He turns back and heads this way. At this point, Mason Skirmerhorn is still in that bathroom. He doesn't know what's happening. He comes out of the bathroom and he turns away from the shooter, doesn't even see him, heading back toward his second period class. The shooter takes aim from behind, shoots at him but misses, hits the wall above and in front of Mason. This startles Mason, and he turns and runs the other way directly at the shooter. He's shot point blank range. He would not survive. Shooter's here. He then aims his gun down K-Hall. And Zane Zinni is locked out of his classroom here. He's in the shooter's sights. Now, before the shooting started, two school resource officers, Donovan Boyd and Brandon King, were in the vestibule area, the atrium, I think they call it, in this area, right outside the vice principal's office. They're waiting for the vice principal to find this boy and go get him. But they're waiting out there in the atrium, and they hear the gunshots coming from this side. And those two deputies ran towards the gunshots. They come down this hallway here, and they turn the corner, and they see the shooter here with his rifle aimed towards Zane Zinni. And they yell for him to drop the gun and get on the ground. And he complies before he gets a shot off at Zane Zinni. The officers rush down here, they secure him, and they secure that 6 Sauer M400 AR style rifle. And out of his pockets, they find 3 more magazines loaded. Now remember when the shooter had tried to enter his second period class and the teacher pushed that button? Well, that sent an alarm. It immediately notified law enforcement all over the county. Within minutes, an enormous police and medical response descended upon that school. It was a dramatic and intense scene as the school was cleared and the wounded evacuated. But to make matters worse, they were getting additional threats, fake threats, about other shooters at all the other schools in the county. Law enforcement now had to be diverted to these other schools to clear them, to make sure people were safe. Barrow County deputies Anthony Townsend and Brandon Bazinet were sent to clear Winder-Barrow High School here in Winder. Once they cleared it, then they went next door to Russell Middle School. They cleared it. And just as they were finishing that up, they got a call from their superiors. I was trying to say superior and supervisor at the same time. Their superiors to go to a residence in Barrow County and secure it. They're just given an address. They don't know why they're going there. They're just told, go to this residence and secure it until other officers can arrive. Where they're going is the shooter's house. And when they get there, Colin Gray meets them in the garage. And without any prompting, because remember, they don't know why they're there, they don't know who this guy is. Without any prompting, he blurts out, "I knew it. My little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said we're in lockdown." I'm like, God Almighty, please tell me your brother didn't do something. Agents with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations arrived shortly thereafter, and they begin a search of the house. And inside that house, in that 14-year-old boy's bedroom, on the wall, they find this shrine, for a better word. Those pictures are all of the same person, Nicholas Cruz. Nicholas Cruz was the person that in 2018 went into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, with an AR-style rifle. And there he killed 17 students and faculty and wounded another 17 more. Investigators look at this and they begin to wonder, who is this kid? His name is Colt Gray. He's the oldest son of Colin Gray. His mother is Marcy Gray. He has a younger sister named Jenny, who was 13 years old at the time of this incident. She was actually going to Heyman Morris Middle School, which is directly next door to Apalachee High School. He has a little brother, Colin, who was 8 years old, was going to his elementary school. Now, Colt Gray, raised here in Bexar County, he went to Statham Elementary School up until 4th grade, up till the beginning of 4th grade. And in the beginning of 4th grade, he was withdrawn from Statham Elementary School because the family had moved, and they moved to Gainesville. And he goes to White Sulphur Elementary School, but only for a few months. Because again, the family moved again. Now they moved to Cumming. And he goes to Chattahoochee Elementary School. But again, only for a few months. In March of 2020, they moved to Fitzgerald in Ben Hill County, Georgia. It's South Georgia, kind of east of Tifton. Because there, Marcy's mother and father, Deborah Polhamus and Charlie Polhamus, live, and Deborah Polhamus's mother, Marcy's grandmother, Colt's great-grandmother, had passed away and left the house. So there's an available house for them to live in. So they moved down to Fitzgerald on March 4th of 2020. But if you remember that day, that's the week before COVID shut everything down. That was the end of Colt's 4th grade here. 5th grade. Now this is going to be the fall of 2020 into the spring of 2021. That's 5th grade year. Colt goes to Ben Hill Elementary School. But remember, this is when COVID is raging, and it's mostly virtual. He's mostly at home using the school computers. The next year, 6th grade, fall of 2021, he starts a new school, Ben Hill Middle School, because he's in 6th grade now. And early in that year, 11-year-old Colt, at home, using the school computer, searches the word abuse. A few hours later, he searches the phrase, "how to kill your dad." That was on September 19th, 2021, 3 years before he took that rifle into Apalachee High School. School resource officers are sent to the house to check on him. Everything's fine. It was just a mistake. Misunderstanding. But a defects case is opened on the family. But the family leave Fitzgerald and move to Jackson County 6 weeks later, in November of 2021. So in November, they come up here to Jackson County, Georgia. But they don't enroll the kids in school until February of 2022. Colt finishes out his 6th grade year at West Jackson Middle School. 7th grade, fall of 2020. 1 year after he searched How to Kill Your Dad, and 2 years before Apalachee, 12-year-old Colt starts Jefferson Middle School. It's his 7th school in 4 years. That Halloween, halfway through the semester, Marcy, his mother, gets drunk, passes out in the car in the driveway of the house. Jenny and little Coley are trick-or-treating, and they get separated. Coley gets lost, Authorities are called. Another defects case is opened on the family. Marcy and the two siblings, little Colin and Jenny, they moved back down to Fitzgerald in November of 2022. But Colt stays up in Jackson County with the defendant. Defects caseworker Tamika Mitchum is monitoring Marcy and the two siblings down in Fitzgerald, and defects caseworker Michaela Anderson is monitoring Colt and the defendant up here in Jackson County. And starting in March of 2023, during his 7th grade year, Michaela Anderson visits his residence monthly. Every month, she shows up to check on Colt, see how he's doing, check on his well-being. And the defendant always says the same thing. Colt's doing well in school. He doesn't need any counseling. But that's not really true. Colt is full of intense anger, and he's having a hard time dealing with it. On Sunday, May 21st, 2023, this is the end of Colt's 7th grade year at Jefferson Middle School. In fact, classes had ended that Friday, and this is that Sunday. And on that Sunday, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office gets a tip from the FBI. There's an app that you can get on your computer called Discord. And this app is popular with video game enthusiasts, but it allows people from all over the world to talk to each other on the computer. And users in a chat room on this app, a true crime chat room, report to the FBI that another user is threatening to shoot up an elementary school. This user is threatening to do this. It says they have access to guns. It says they plan to do it within the next 2 years. The FBI passes this tip on to Jackson County because when you look at the IP address of that user, it comes back to a Colin Gray and an address in Jackson County. Deputy Justin Elliott and investigator Dan Miller go to that address. Now, the current resident of that address has 2 daughters, and they don't use Discord. But they're new to that address, and they keep getting the mail of the previous tenant, Colin Gray. Deputy Elliott and investigator Miller then go to his new address. They speak with the defendant at his house, and they tell him about this threat on Discord. And they ask him, does Colt have access to guns? Which he does. But the defendant says that he and Colt, they take this school shooting stuff very seriously. And Colt denies to these officers that it was him on Discord. He says his Discord account got hacked. The defendant makes no mention to these officers that less than 2 years before, Ben Hill officers had also been to his house when Colt searched How to Kill Your Dad, also on a computer. But before they left, investigator Miller asked the defendant to please restrict Colt's access to guns. Less than 3 weeks later, when DFACS agent Michaela Anderson goes back out to the house like she's been doing monthly to meet with the defendant, and again, she asks, how's Colt doing? He makes no mention to her of this visit from the sheriff's office. 2 weeks after that, on June 23rd, the defendant signs a lease to move out of Jackson County into Winder. But he doesn't tell Michaela Anderson he was planning on doing that, and he never tells DFACS that he did do that. She just keeps going to an empty house. 2 months later, in August, it's time for another school year. Colt's not at Jefferson Middle School anymore. 13-year-old Colt is enrolled at Heyman Morris Middle School. This is the middle school in Winder that's directly next door to Apalachee High School. This is supposed to be his 8th grade year. But he's withdrawn from that school 3 days later. He never attends it. Instead, Colt goes back down to Fitzgerald to live with his mother, Marcy. And while he's in Fitzgerald, Colt is still filled with anger. He's still having trouble dealing with it. He's becoming violent. He breaks windows. He cuts up things with a knife. He even starts cutting on himself with that knife. These are the scars from after he was arrested after the shooting a year later. Colt's grandfather, Charlie Polhamus, is at his wit's end. He actually calls the police on Colt. And at the beginning of October 2023, just a few weeks after being in Fitzgerald, Colt comes back up here to Winder to live with the defendant. But he does not attend school. 2 weeks later, on October 13th, down in Fitzgerald, Marcy, who you remember is still being checked on by DFACS, tests positive for drugs. She's going to lose the kids. DFACS worker Tamika Mitchum, who's been monitoring Marcy, calls the defendant, tells him to come down to Fitzgerald to pick up the other two kids, Jenny and Coley, and bring them back up. He now has sole custody of the three kids. Marcy's to have no unsupervised contact. But Tamika Mitchum also stresses to the defendant to get the kids in school and counseling as soon as possible. He does neither of these things. 3 weeks after the kids are brought up here, on November 6th, 2023, back down in Fitzgerald, Marcy basically goes crazy. She wants to come up to Winder. She wants her mother, Deborah Polhamus, to bring her to Winder. And Deborah Polhamus says, "You ain't going to Winder." So Marcy duct tapes her mother to the chair, steals her car, drives up to Winder, goes to the defendant's house, keys his truck, and gets arrested. She spends some time in the Bexar County Jail before she's transferred to the Ben Hill County Jail for the charges down there. And while she's down there, she's released on bond to an inpatient drug treatment facility in South Georgia. She has no supervision during this time over Colt. Now back up here in Barrow County, it's been a chaotic few months for Colt. But that Christmas, after the cuttings and the things with the Jackson County and the moms going crazy, testing positive drugs, that Christmas, the defendant, 7 months after he was told by Jackson County Sheriff's Office of possible school shooter threats and being asked to restrict Colt's access to guns, the defendant buys and gives 13-year-old Colt that Sig Sauer M400 as his Christmas present. And he allows Colt to keep this rifle propped up in Colt's room. Now in February of 2024, 2 months after this Christmas, in February, Colt's siblings, Jenny and Coley, are finally enrolled in school. They've already missed 4 months of school, but they're finally enrolled. Colt does not attend. He misses the entirety of his 8th grade year. But during that spring, when Colt's not in school, the defendant continues to buy accessories for his Christmas present rifle. He buys a sight-marked ultra-shot sight to go on the rifle. He buys a bungee sling to go for the rifle. He buys an accessory rail set. He buys a 45-degree offset iron sights. And he buys a lot of ammunition. That summer, 2024, Colt is now 14. It's just a few months before he takes his Christmas present rifle into Apalachee High School. July 6th of that summer, Marcy gets out of rehab in Fitzgerald, and the defendant picks her up and brings her back up to Winder. It's her first contact with Colt in 9 months. Now, Colt, who had always been quick to violence and suffered from severe anxiety, begins to spiral out of control. He's fighting with his father. He's throwing things at people. He's putting holes in his sister Jenny's door. But the rifle stays in his room. On July 20th, Colt has a panic attack at the house. He comes in the living room and he actually asks his parents to call 911 for him. But they don't call anyone. His mental health becomes so bad that the defendant and Marcy together begin giving Colt Marcy's prescription for Zoloft. They're just giving it to him themselves. They worry he's suffering from depression, but they don't take him to see a doctor. It's around this time that Colt puts those pictures of Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, up in his room. And the rifle stays in his room. August 14th, 2024, 3 weeks before the shooting. It's Colt's first day of Apalachee. School had started 2 weeks earlier, but this was Colt's first day. He missed the first 2 weeks. He had not been inside of school for 15 months. Not since the sheriff's office came to his door about the threats to shoot up a school. And that morning, Colt again is spiraling out of control. He sends a text message to the defendant at 6:49 a.m. He writes, "I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you. You fucking caused this." 2 minutes later, at 6:51 a.m., he sends this text message to the defendant. "Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands." His first day of school. And the rifle stays in his room. The very next day, August 15th, Colt skips school. He gets into a fight with his mother, Marcy, when she goes into his room to try and get the rifle away from him. With rifle in hand, he shoves his mother to the ground and she hits her head on the wall. She then asks the defendant to please take Colt's rifle and lock it up. He never does. Marcy then has had enough. She goes back to Fitzgerald, once again leaving Colt into the care of the defendant. And the rifle stays in his room. The next day, after this altercation with his mother, Colt asked the defendant to get him 150 rounds of ammunition. The defendant responds to him, well, he needs to pay for everything first, but he will. He will. Now, Marcy's down in Fitzgerald, the defendant's up here, but they're still communicating with each other by phone and text. And they begin to worry that Colt needs to be institutionalized. He needs to go to an inpatient facility. He's so bad. They search for places and resources, but the defendant never follows through. He never takes Colt to see any professional, and the rifle stays in his room. August 26th, 9 days before the shooting, Colt has another panic attack, this time at school. It's the one I referred to earlier in the opening. It's only his 4th day he attended school. Remember, he missed the first 2 weeks of school, and he skipped school 5 of the next 8 days. Colt leaves his second period class that day. He goes to the counselor's office. He's too distressed to go back to class. They call his father, but his father can't come to get Colt. Colt ends up spending the entire school day in the counselor's office. That night, on the phone, Colt asked his grandmother, Deborah Polhamus, if he did something terrible, would she still love him? This bothered her so much, Deborah Polhamus, that the next morning she drives up to Winder from Fitzgerald. And on the way, she calls Advantage Behavioral Health Systems. It's a crisis stabilization inpatient place in Athens, Georgia. She talks to them on the phone, and they tell her he must be brought in by a parent. Marcy's in Fitzgerald. The defendant is here. They tell her that Saturday is a great day to come in because most people don't realize they're actually open on Saturdays and you can just walk right in. But he needs to be brought by a parent. Deborah asked the defendant to take Colt on that Saturday, which would have been August 31st. He doesn't. Wednesday, August the 28th, Colt skips school. This is 2 days after that panic attack, the day after Deborah Polhamus is called Crisis Advantage Behavioral. Colt tells the defendant that he hears voices telling him what to do. This is 3 days before the defendant is supposed to take Colt to Advantage Behavioral, and 1 week before the shooting. At 7:44 a.m. that morning, Colt texts the defendant, I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do. And the rifle stays in his room. Colt skips school again the next day, which is a Thursday. That Friday and Monday, school is closed for the Labor Day holiday. And that Tuesday, September 3rd, Colt skips school again. That brings us back around to that Wednesday morning, September 4th, 2024. Those pictures of Nicholas Cruz are still on his wall, and that rifle is still in his room. The defendant leaves to take little Coley to school. Jenny leaves on her bus for Heyman Morris Middle School, which again is directly next door to Apalachee High School. Colt gets his rifle, gets extra magazines, puts them in his book bag. He wraps a poster board around the part of the rifle that sticks out of the bag, and he takes a hat with a Fender guitar logo on it, a stocking hat, and puts it over the top so you can't see it. And then he heads out to meet the bus. A few hours later, just like he'd been warning he was going to do, Colt murders 4 people. Now, after the shooting, which I will remind you happened at 10:22 a.m. So after that, at 11:01 a.m., Jenny, the daughter, texts her father, 3 people are dead at the high school. The defendant texts back a minute later, how do you know? How do you know? She responds, people are saying, and there was an email. Please, I'm scared. She then texts the defendant, I can't call you, I'm in a lockdown. At 12:19, the defendant texts Jenny. Jenny, have you talked to your brother? Jenny replies, no. But I think we're thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. 1 minute later, the defendant replies, "Yep, 10-4. I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you get back in the building and when I can come get you." A few minutes later, the defendant arrives at his home, not Jenny's school, not Apalachee. He goes home and he runs straight to Colt's room. He has to confirm what he already knows. He goes straight to Colt's room to see if that gun is missing. And it is. Moments later, Anthony Townsend and Brandon Bazinet arrive at his house, and he utters those words, "I knew it." Now, ladies and gentlemen, the charges in this case, it's the same acts that he did. The charges are divided up between whether or not the victim of those acts was a child or an adult. If they're a child, the charges that stem from their victimization would be cruelty to children, because you have to be under 18 for cruelty to children to apply. But through his negligence of allowing Colt to have this gun, knowing what Colt was going to do, he caused cruel and excessive physical pain to the children. That's cruelty to children in the second degree. If that cruelty to children in the second degree results in death, like with Mason Skirmerhorn and Christian Angulo, that is murder in the second degree. So the cruelty and the murder in the second go together. They apply to the children. The two adult deceased, Christina Earmy and Richard Aspinwall, they're above the age of 18. The defendant is charged with reckless conduct, same act, recklessly allowing his child, that he knew this was going to happen, to harm someone else. And because they died during the commission of reckless conduct, that is involuntary manslaughter. So for the adults, it's involuntary manslaughter based on reckless conduct. All the other children who were either struck by a bullet or in that Ryan Edwards classroom when the bullet started flying, they're the victims of charges for cruelty to children in the second degree, either by the physical pain it caused or the emotional anguish it caused. And the adults that were injured or put in harm's way, David Phoenix, Stephen Edwards, and Cassandra Ryan. Got that one, Cassandra Ryan, excuse me. Those three adults, they're the victims of the reckless conduct. Now, at the end of the case, we'll come back before you and ask you to render a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Hobbs, thank you, Judge.
So I just want to take a quick break. So Aaron updated the thumbnail. So instead of it just being, because Colt is being sentenced first, and then Colin is being sentenced next week. So yesterday when I did the thumbnail, I was focusing just on Colt. But since, now that we're getting more and more into this, it is going to be, they're going to be together. So we don't have Colt's trial because he didn't have a trial. So he pled guilty, non-negotiable guilty, which means the judge can set the sentencing. So he's going to have a kind of like a mini trial, basically. We've seen that before in other cases. Colt is going to have like a little mini trial starting Friday. I don't know how long it's going to be. They said it may go into next week. But then Colin, obviously, he's next Tuesday and Wednesday. So we're just going to combine these two. And what I'm going to do today, we're going to skip tomorrow. We're going to show Carlos Dominguez tomorrow. We're going to focus in on him. And then Dr. Barry and I are going to have a little jam session tomorrow at 6:15. And then we'll get back on this Wednesday and Thursday. And then Friday, I think it's like at 9:30 or something, I think. Yeah, 9:30 Colt starts. So I'm just going to be showing highlights from Colin's trial because so much of it involves Colt. I mean, obviously it involves Colin, but a lot of it involves Colt. So it's just a way for us to, kind of get back into this, into this trial there's a lot of things I remembered, there's a lot of things I forgot, and then I'm remembering them as they're talking about them. So I hope that's kind of the same thing for you guys. If you watched this with us, this was in February. Yeah, this was February 16th it started. If you guys watched it with us, we've watched a lot of trials since then. So I want to, just kind of get us reacquainted with this before sentencing happens. So that was the state, and now we're going to hear from the defense.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we talk about evidence, before we talk about the law, we have to begin with what every person in this courtroom already knows. What happened at Apalachee High School was tragic. It was horrific, it was terrifying, and it was heartbreaking. Nothing said in this courtroom can change that. Nothing that I'm going to say is meant to diminish that. You're going to hear emotional testimony, you'll see photographs, you'll see videos, you'll hear about the fear, the chaos, and the terror that Colt Gray inflicted on that school and this community. But your job is not to decide whether or not that was tragic. We all know that it was. Your job is to decide something much more specific. Your job is to decide whether or not Colin Gray knew what Colt was going to do. Because the state is not just prosecuting the shooter in this case, they're prosecuting the father as well. I want you to remember something as we begin. The courtroom is not a place where we punish people because we're angry, where we punish people because we're grieving. It's not a place where we punish people because we feel someone has to pay. This is a place where we follow the law. And the law requires proof, and the law requires evidence. And the law requires that the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden never shifts, not for a single moment. The state's theory will be simple. They'll tell you that Colt Gray allowed his son access to firearms and ammunition. Colin Gray had warning signs, and then Colin Gray, knowing that these were warning signs, consciously disregarded those warning signs. That he should have known his son would, not could, that his son would harm someone. And because the son later committed this school shooting, therefore Colin Gray must be guilty, must be criminally negligent, because he knew this would happen. That's their theory. But what you'll learn from the evidence is that case is not that simple. The evidence will show a teenager who is struggling mentally, a teenager who is deceptive, a teenager who hid his true intentions from everyone, from his family, from his counselor, from his siblings, from DFACS, from law enforcement, and most especially from his father. The evidence will show a father who did not ignore his child. He did not abandon his child. He did not turn his back on his child. The evidence will show between Colin Gray and Colt Gray daily contact, daily effort, and active steps by Colin Gray to seek mental health intervention for his son through the school. The evidence will show that the most important facts, the planning of this shooting, the concealment of this shooting, and the timeline of this shooting were hidden by Colt Gray from his father. That's the difference between tragedy and criminal liability. And this case is about whether the state can prove criminal liability by showing that Colin Gray knew that Colt was going to do this, knew that Colt was going to harm someone else. You cannot hold someone criminally responsible for failing to predict what was intentionally hidden from them. You'll learn about Colt Gray's state of mind that at the time no one knew. You will learn that months before the shooting, Colt had notes hidden on his cell phone from April of 2024. Private notes that appear to be the planning stages of this shooting. Those notes were not known to Colin Gray. Those notes were not shared with Colin Gray. There is no evidence of that. you will learn something else. The plans reflected in those notes show that the shooting was initially planned for February of 2025 to coincide with the anniversary of the Parkland High School shooting committed by Nicholas Cruz. The plan reflected in those notes was that that time was going to be when the shooting happened, not in September of 2024. Something changed. The evidence will suggest and support that Colt accelerated his plan. And there's evidence suggesting that that acceleration was tied to the fact that Colin Gray was actively seeking mental health treatment for his son through the school at that time. There are emails to the counselor. There was paperwork he filled out. There was already in motion, already in place, an appointment for Colt to meet with the counselor and to meet with the mental health specialist the very next day, September 5th. Colin Gray did not know about the plans. Colin Gray did not know that Colt was planning to do this and that he would in fact go harm someone else. The behavior that Colt exhibits, the behavior that you'll find from his notes in his cell phone, from his text messages, show that he was actively keeping this information from others, from law enforcement, from DFACs, from counselors, from professionals who know to look for these signs, and most especially from his dad. The state will point, and they've already mentioned to you, an incident in May of 2023 when two Jackson County sheriffs went to Mr. Gray's home to talk to Colt. Fortunately, this interaction is on body-worn camera video, so you'll get to see the whole episode. You will see that Colin Gray is cooperative. You'll see that he brings his son out. He tells the officers that he takes this kind of thing seriously. He tells the officers, you tell me that he did it and those guns are gone today. That is on video. That is undeniable. But the officers don't tell him that. The officers say that they're not sure that it was him that made the threat. He tells the officers that he has a gun in the home. He says that he has a son who is somewhat isolated, who's on the computer a lot. He says that when he was young, he used to enjoy hunting with his father, that they would go deer hunting, and so he was introducing Colt to deer hunting, that they had gone out a year before. Colt had killed his first deer, that the gun that they had was for deer hunting. The gun was to get him outside, which the officer in the video approves of. Get him away from the computers, that's good. But Colin tells the officers, if you think this is him, tell me, because those guns are gone today. And that is not what he's told. It shows that Colin, had he known, would have removed those guns. But he didn't. Let's talk about what Colin actually did, because this case is being framed as if Colin Gray didn't do anything. The evidence will show the opposite. You will hear that when the family transitioned schools, it was Colin Gray who registered Colt. You will hear that Colin Gray worked full-time, was raising 3 kids on his own due to the kids' mother's addiction problems, due to DFAC saying that she was not allowed to have unsupervised contact with them, due to the courts in Barrow County saying she was not even allowed in the same county where these kids lived. Colin was doing everything. Colin is the one that filled out the counseling referral forms. Colin is the one that communicated with the school counselor. Colin's the one who discussed the evaluation. Colin was the one who was coordinating mental health services through the school. Colin is the one that filled out the paperwork to get the assessment done on September the 5th. You'll hear that the school had arranged, and it had already been taken care of, that Colin had completed everything he needed to for the assessment. You're going to hear from the grandmother who says that they wanted to take him to Advantage Behavioral in Athens, that it was urgent. This comes out after the shooting. The grandmother will also tell you she had absolutely no idea that Colt had any interest in Nicholas Cruz or school shootings in general until after the shooting happened and they were making the 4.5-hour trip from Fitzgerald, her and her daughter Marcy, at which point Marcy said, well, Colt does like this school shooter named Nicholas Cruz. That's the first time that you hear Debbie learns any of that. You're going to see text messages from Debbie in August and September of 2024 when she says that they were so strongly trying to get him into a facility. What you're not going to see in those text messages is any urgency on Debbie's part. You're not going to see anything from Debbie saying, get the guns out of the house. You're not going to say anything from Debbie saying, I'm worried about Colt, we need to get him there today. Nothing. They don't talk about it at all. Debbie doesn't mention it one bit. Now, she mentions it in hindsight after the fact, and Marcy does the same thing. Who was Colin Gray? He's a working father raising 3 kids by himself. He had responsibilities, he had a job, he had a family to keep afloat. He had 2 other kids besides Colt. He was involved. You'll see his text messages to his children. You'll see his text messages to Colt. This is not a parent who's turning his back on what's going on right in front of him. Let's talk about what you're not going to hear. Because sometimes what you don't hear in a case like this is just important as what you do. Sometimes the absence of evidence tells you more than the evidence itself. You will not hear a text message where Colt says to his dad, I'm going to shoot a school. I'm bringing a gun tomorrow. I have a plan. I'm going to hurt someone. You won't see a single message like that. You will not hear that Colt ever told his father about the notes on his iPhone. You will not hear that Colt ever showed his father a plan. You will not hear that Colt told his father he was accelerating the plan. You will not hear that anyone called Colin Gray and said, your son is about to commit a shooting. You will not hear that law enforcement told him, your son made a credible threat. You will not hear a school official warned him his mental health treatment is imminent. He needs to see someone today. You will not hear anyone from DFACS told him, we have serious concerns that he's violent, that he's going to hurt someone else. You will not hear anyone say that they contacted the police on September 3rd and said there's a school shooting about to happen. You will not hear that Colin Gray encouraged violence. You will not hear that he glorified violence. You will not hear that he dismissed a specific credible threat. In fact, you'll hear something entirely different. You'll hear that Colt suffered from anxiety. You'll hear that Colt suffered from depression. You'll hear about his panic attacks. You'll hear that he didn't like going to school. These are serious issues, but these are not the same as homicidal ideations. These are not the same as suicidal ideations. These are not the same thing as proof of a probable school shooting. The state will ask you to connect dots after the fact using hindsight. Dots that became visible only after the shooting itself. But what you will not hear is evidence that at the time, Colin had sufficient warning that this outcome was probable. Not imaginable, not possible, but probable. That Colin knew that his son would harm someone else. You'll hear testimony from Colt Gray's counselor. And that's important because it gives you a professional's perspective on what was going on with Colt in the weeks leading up to the shooting. You will hear that Colt presented as a student suffering from anxiety and emotional instability, panic symptoms, an inability to function in class. And you'll hear something very important. You will hear that even the school counselor, a professional trained, did not perceive Colt as a threat. She described him as nice, respectful. That matters, because if a trained counselor did not perceive the imminent violence then it's unreasonable to claim that the father should have seen it himself. You'll also hear testimony from her about how the father did in fact take steps to get him mental health treatment. The father was in communication with the counselor. The father submitted the paperwork. The father completed the referral, and the father was pursuing intervention. You'll hear the therapist was essentially scheduled to meet with Colt the very next day. The father was not ignoring the problem. Colin Gray was acting. They want you to hold him responsible because they don't think he was acting fast enough. You'll hear from his daughter, Colt's sister, Jenny Gray. Her testimony will corroborate the concealment that Colt was perpetrating on his family, on his dad. She'll testify that Colt was secretive, that he was constantly deleting and opening new accounts on Discord to avoid detection, that he was using usernames that were combinations of alphanumeric combinations. You'll find that he would not discuss, based on the statement that Jenny gave on September 4th of 2024, that he would not discuss school shootings or school shooters in front of his father. You will hear in the morning of the shooting, Colin Gray had already left home. You will hear that Colt, when he did discuss school shooters with Jenny, made her promise not to tell his dad. You'll hear that morning on September the 4th, Colin Gray got up and took his youngest son, Coley Jr., to school, that he left before Jenny and Colt did to catch the bus. You will hear that Colt had to go and find the gun because it wasn't in his room, that he had to find the ammunition that wasn't in his room, and that he had to put them in his backpack, and that he had to conceal the rifle that stuck out of his backpack 18 to 24 inches with a poster board. And he put a hat on top of it. It proves concealment, it proves independent action, and that matters because it's consistent with what Colt had done the whole time, which was conceal this plan from his father. Remember, the state says that he knew. They said that he knew this was going to happen. That he knew, not that it was possible, that he knew Colt was going to go and harm someone else. But you can't consciously disregard a risk that you're not aware of. And you can't say something is probable when it's being hidden from you. You're going to see text message. They've already discussed some of the messages. We're going to discuss some of the other ones. And we're going to talk about why they matter. There are hundreds of text messages between Colin Gray and his son. These texts matter because they show the reality in real time of what was happening and what Colin would have thought and what Colin would have known at that time. Not now, but at that time. They also show what Colt chose not to disclose. You'll see a father checking on his son on a daily basis, checking on school attendance. Did you make it to school? How's your day going? How was your day? What are you doing after class? You'll see encouragement. I'm proud of you. I love you. You're a good young man. This is not an absent father. This is not a father not paying attention to his child. You'll see daily involvement. You'll see a father trying to keep a teenager engaged and connected to school. You'll see a father trying to build the confidence and self-esteem of his son. You will see this all in the text messages. You'll see their discussions about mental health, about depression, which is not homicidal ideation, about anxiety, which is not homicidal ideation, about anxiety, panic attacks, which are not homicidal ideation. You'll see a father trying to stabilize a situation at home. You will not see threats to harm other folks. You will not see threats to harm other people. You will not see, I'm going to shoot up the school, I'm bringing a gun, I have a plan, I'm going to harm someone. There needs to be proof that Colin Gray knew what Colt was going to do and knew that Colt was going to harm someone. The text messages show something else as well. They show that Colt was capable of living a double life. He could text his father, "Love you," and "have a good day," while simultaneously writing plans on his phone about shooting up the school. He could talk about liking school. School was good. The kids here are mature, referring to the Apalachee High School. They gave me a nickname. The teacher said I'm the tech guy. And you'll see Colin respond happily that his son seems to be finding his way for the first time in a while in school. He could talk, Colt, about school being good, about having a good day, and what they're going to have for dinner, while also planning on how to sneak a rifle into the school. That's not something a father can foresee. He asked about ammunition. You'll hear evidence that they went to the gun range. You'll hear evidence that he taught his son safety. You will not hear evidence that Colt requested ammunition because he was getting ready to do a school shooting. That conversation is not a threat. There's no mention of harming anyone else. There's no talk of a timeline. The state's going to ask you to interpret these ordinary messages with extraordinary hindsight. But the law does not allow hindsight convictions. You're tasked with determining what Colin Gray knew in the months leading up to the shooting. It requires proof of what he specifically knew at that time. You'll hear from the mother, Marcy Gray. She'll try to convince you that she warned everyone and no one listened. The evidence will show that she did not share the most important information she knew about Colt with Colin. You've already heard the relationship was not smooth. You heard that DFACS took the kids from her. You'll hear that they were separated. You'll hear that the kids had to come up here per the DFACS order. You'll hear that she drove up here. After telling her mother she was going to murder Colin, came up here, keyed his cars, got arrested, and then was told by the judge, "You can't come back to Barrow County." You'll see evidence in text messages between Colt and his mom. You will see in these text messages Colt telling his mom prior to the shooting that he had created a Securus online profile that he was using by making up a fake age to try and get in contact with Nicholas Cruz in prison down in Florida. He will text her that he had emailed Nicholas Cruz a couple times, and he'd even put money on his commissary. Marcy's response is to ask him where he got the money. And he tells Marcy in a text message, "I told Dad it was to buy a video game on Steam." To which Marcy responds with a laughing out loud emoji. Marcy knew that he had this interest in Nicholas Cruz, but she did not share it with Colin. Immediately after this conversation, you will not see a text message from Marcy to Colin say, "Hey, did you know he's been emailing a mass murderer in Florida? Did you know that he put money on this mass murderer's commissary account that he told you was for a video game?" She doesn't share any of that with Colin. She keeps that to herself. She does not reply immediately after to Colin or tell him, "Hey, this is what's going on. We got to get the guns out of the house now." No, she responds with a laughing out loud emoji. That's how serious she took it. She didn't think anything was going to happen. Remember, the evidence will show that even she, with the information that he did not have, did not believe there was an imminent threat and did not believe that Colt would harm anyone else. She didn't call law enforcement. She didn't seek an emergency mental health evaluation. And you'll hear evidence that after the shooting, her conduct is inconsistent with what she tells the police. You'll hear evidence that even after the fact, she's still trying to assist him in contacting school shooters and amplifying his profile across true crime community websites. And that matters, because credibility matters and bias matters. You will see that the state is asking you to convict Colin largely based on a hindsight narrative provided by witnesses who are not credible, that did not recognize the warning signs in real time. You will hear from the victims in this case. Their testimony will be emotional. And it's important to understand what happened inside that school. But respectfully, their testimony will not establish what Colin Gray knew and didn't know. They can't tell you what was said in the home. They can't tell you what was concealed. They can't tell you what was sent in text messages. And they can't tell you what warnings were communicated to Colin Gray. We're not going to dispute the horror of what happened. We're not going to dispute that they were harmed, that they were physically harmed and mentally harmed. But that's not proof that he was negligent. That is not proof that he knew what was in Colt's heart, that he knew what Colt was planning, and that he knew that Colt was going to harm someone else. The law doesn't punish what is possible. The law does not punish what is conceivable. He is charged with knowing what would happen. He is charged with knowing his son would harm someone else. In life, almost anything is possible. It's possible that a teenager who's angry might get into a fight. It's possible that a teenager who's depressed might run away or make up excuses not to go to school. It's possible that a teenager who's anxious might break something or act out. But this is not a case about whether something bad is possible. This is a case about whether or not Colin Gray knew Colt was going to take a gun to that school and harm other people. That matters, because if the standard becomes it could have happened, then the law becomes limitless. If the standard becomes you should have imagined the worst, then every parent becomes criminally liable for what a teenager might do. But that's not the standard. The standard is proof. Proof that Colin Gray knew, that he consciously disregarded. Not a vague fear, not a general worry, but a risk that made this tragedy. That he knew Colt was going to go to that school. That he knew what the counselor didn't, what the DFACS professionals who had met with Colt didn't. The state will ask you to look at the outcome and then work backward to say because this happened, it must have been foreseeable. But the law doesn't allow hindsight to substitute for evidence. That's why you're going to hear about what was actually known at that time, and most importantly, what was actually hidden from Colin Gray at that time. Because when someone conceals a plan, deceives the people around them, acts independently, the law does not allow us to pretend that the people left behind should have seen through all of it. They're going to say that common sense means you should have seen this coming. And guns are serious, and this tragedy is serious. But the law is serious too. This case is not about whether or not firearms are dangerous in the abstract. It's about whether Colin Gray, based upon what he actually knew, failed to act because he knew that his son was going to go to that school and commit these acts. In a case like this, there's a natural human instinct When something this awful happens, we want an explanation. We want someone to blame. We want a story that makes sense so that we can take steps to make sure something like this never happens again. It's very easy and it's very human to look at the end result and believe that someone somewhere must have known. But the evidence in this case is going to show something that's deeply uncomfortable. Sometimes the truth is that the person who committed the act was hiding it. Sometimes the truth is that a family can be struggling, a child can be spiraling, and people can try to get that child mental health help. And still, something unthinkable can happen. It's not satisfying and it doesn't give anyone peace. But the criminal courtroom is not here to provide a scapegoat. It's here to provide justice. Being a juror, providing justice, that requires discipline. It requires that we do not convict someone because we're horrified. It requires that we do not convict someone because we wish they would have seen it coming. It requires that we do not convict someone because we feel like there must be some accountability somewhere. The state has chosen to put the father on trial for what the son did. And at the end of this case, you'll be asked to decide whether the state has proven, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Colin Gray knew his son would go to that school and commit these violent acts. And at the end of this trial, you will find the state cannot prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will ask you to return the only verdict that the evidence can support, which is not guilty on all counts for Colin Gray. Thank you.
So now in hindsight, we can go back a little bit. Two things jumped out at me. He said DFACS failed at their job, right? So he's basically pointing the finger at everybody else. Law enforcement dropped the ball, DFACS dropped the ball. When in fact, Michaela Anderson testified, family preservation case manager. She said she showed up, her first visit, she showed up unannounced, and Colin said he already talked to a counselor, didn't want to talk to her. Second visit, she spoke to Colin and Colt. Colin said his son was doing fine, Colt is shy and doing well in school. Colin has a good relationship with Colt's teachers. Colin doesn't think Colt needs counseling or therapy, but will keep an open mind. Didn't mention Colt was getting bullied. Third visit, face-to-face at house, unannounced because she could never get Colin via phone or text. Colin was in a towel, and he had to change. He was confused as to why she kept coming back. Colt is enjoying school, no mentioning of bullying. Fourth visit, unannounced because she could never get Colin via phone or text. Colt's behavior has been okay. He's been staying by himself. So, I mean, DFACS was trying. DFACS was trying to get this kid help. I think Colin even reached out. One of the witnesses had a website, I think near Savannah or Athens. I forget which. Maybe Athens. And Colin filled out the form. She contacted him like 2 or 3 times. I mean, they were trying. Counselors were trying. DFACS was trying. So for him to say for the attorney there in openings to say, oh, DFACS dropped the ball, counselors dropped the ball. Not really. They were trying. They were trying and they were getting blocked. They were getting blocked by Colin. By saying, hey, everything's fine, nothing to see here. It's like, these are not the droids you're looking for. You know, he's trying to use Jedi mind tricks or something on everybody. Everything's fine here, everything's fine. When in fact, it wasn't. It wasn't fine at all. And then the other thing he talked about, he said he was engaging Colt. Colin was engaging Colt in sports, and he was making sure he was doing this. He took Colt to a range when he should have been in school. I think he did that at least once, if not other times. I think Jenny testified to that, or there was some testimony that came in that he should have been in school, and instead he was at a range. So, all right. So there's that. Let's see what else. I'm just going to go ahead. this first day had so much good testimony. I'm just going to go ahead and play. And then eventually I'm going to get to the students, and then I want to get to grandmother, Debbie. So Debbie is the grandmother, Debbie Palamas. She's the grandmother. So if you hear Debbie's name, that's the grandmother. And then the wife is Marcy. They testified on the same day. And then Jenny Gray, she's with foster parents. I'm thinking Colin is with her. I'm not 100% sure about that, but she testified the next day. So we'll get to them maybe Thursday. We'll save the family for Thursday. Then that'll roll right into Friday sentencing. So I'm just going to keep playing day one, because day one was really good, and then we get to all the students. We can get to all the students and hear what they went through. All right, so let's get to first testimony. This is Lieutenant Barry Chandler.
All right, state calls first witness.
The state calls Lieutenant Barry Chandler. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Will you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Barry Chandler.
Okay. And what do you do?
I'm a lieutenant with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And what role do you currently have with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm assigned as the supervisor over the training unit.
And were you in that same role in September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to becoming lieutenant over training, can you just briefly describe what roles you've had at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. So I started my career in the jail in 2003. I was a court services deputy, patrol deputy, answering calls for service and things like that. I was a school resource officer for about 6 years, and then prior to being promoted to lieutenant, I was an investigator for 7 years. I worked 6 years in crimes against persons.
So in your capacity as a school resource officer, did you become familiar with the various schools in Barrow County?
Yes, ma'am.
And what different high schools are there in Barrow County?
We have Winder Barrow High School, Apalachee High School, and the Barrow Arts and Science Academy, BASA.
And where is Apalachee High School located?
Off of Heyman Morris Road.
Okay. And obviously, is that in Barrow County?
Yes, ma'am, in Barrow County.
And approximately how many students go to Apalachee High School?
Around 2,000.
In your capacity as the lieutenant over training, did you coordinate any trainings related to active shooters in 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And when and where did you do that?
We did several in 2024. We started off at Old County Line Elementary School. We worked at CFIT, which is the Center for Innovative Teaching. And it all sort of culminated at Russell Middle School on March 14th of 2024.
And can you tell us about the training that you did on March 14th at Russell Middle School?
Yes, ma'am. So generally, active shooter training is designed for us to teach our deputies and law enforcement to rapidly enter a structure, to immediately find the person that is shooting and then stop them from shooting. So the training that we did prior to the March 14th drill at Russell was very focused on that. We also included implementing what are called rescue task forces. So rescue task forces are members from fire and EMS who can get into the school quickly, and with security provided by law enforcement, they can start rendering aid to victims. So that was our big push, and the March 14th drill specifically was designed to do it was what we refer to as a full-scale exercise, meaning we had many representatives from almost every public safety agency in the county. The Sheriff's Office participated, the Winder Police Department, Barrow County Fire and EMS, Winder Fire Department, the school systems, our 911 Center. GEMA had a representative, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. So we had a lot of folks that came together because our goal with the full-scale exercise was to make something as realistic as we could, to give our deputies the ability to respond to the most real-life environment they could. The school system was great. They included they had teachers that were there that volunteered. The administrators were there. We used cadets, explorers from the sheriff's office and the fire department as role players. But we tried to make it real. Essentially, was what we tried to do.
And what was the purpose of having a training that included fire and EMS as well as law enforcement?
The purpose ended up being sort of our motto over the course of that training and honestly since. And the purpose was to stop the killing and stop the dying. That's the two goals that we have when we respond to active shooters. Stop the killing, meaning stop the shooter from actively killing people, and then stop the dying. We have to render aid and help people that have been injured.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th of 2024. What were you doing that day?
That morning, I was at our gun range. I was helping an independent film crew set up some things out there.
As part of your role as lieutenant over training, are you also in charge of the gun range?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. While you were at the gun range, did you receive any notification that there was an emergency at Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And how did you receive that notification?
Through the Centegix alert system. It's an app that's on our cell phones.
When was Centegix implemented?
So it was implemented in early 2024. The school system had it implemented in the schools, in the buildings, because it's software, but it also, there are connections that had to be made inside the building to give like alerts, red flashing lights, connections to the intercoms, things like that. So the school system had Centegix in April. Centegix was connected to our 911 center over the summer, and then by August, we at the sheriff's office all had access to the app.
Can you just kind of describe for the jury how that system works?
Sure. So Centegix, again, it's a system that essentially initiates and alerts law enforcement and fire and EMS as well of any emergency at a school. So, for example, when the Centegix button is pressed, it puts the school into hard lockdown. So exterior doors are locked. That lets the teachers know that they need to get in their classrooms, make sure the doors are locked, and that their lights are turned off and the kids are hidden out of sight. So that's essentially what it does. It does that, and then it lets the teachers know, hey, you need to go into hard lockdown. All of the smart screens that are in the classrooms, whatever they're doing on those, they're taking over, and then the warning flashes on the screen that they're in hard lockdown, and there's an audible tone that goes throughout the school, and like I said, red flashing lights.
As far as Centegix, how many times does someone have to push the button for it to go into hard lockdown?
8 presses. 8 rapid presses in order for Centegix to go into hard lockdown.
So does that ensure there aren't any accidental presses that ultimately end in?
Generally, yeah. It is a heavier number. We still have the occasional accidental activation, but having a number like 8 presses makes it a little less common, I guess.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize that as?
This is it's basically a screenshot of Apalachee High School. It's an overview, but it's from the Centegix app.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate copy of the overview of Apalachee from the Centegix app?
Yes, ma'am.
You're right. This time I'd like to introduce an evidence, State's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Officer, Mr. Perry. No objection. I assume they're demonstrative. Your Honor, I won't go back to the jury.
I think that's something we can discuss later.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll admit it into evidence as we want to decide later whether it goes out.
Okay. We could display that. Can we have access, Your Honor?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I pushed it and said, please wait.
Okay. So does this show on your phone when there's an emergency?
Yes, ma'am. So it pops up like a notification badge, right? Saying hard lockdown, and then it tells you the school. And then once you open the app, you can pull up this map.
And does it tell you where specifically the emergency notification came from?
Yes, ma'am.
So kind of going back to September 4th of 2024, when you pulled up this screen, what did you see?
So initially, when I heard the alert was going off on my phone, I looked at it, and then I didn't immediately go to the screen because we had several alerts coming out. Earlier that morning, we'd actually had a test that was done at Bethlehem Elementary. So we got the same alert. The alert that there was a hard lockdown, and then they came over the radio and said, "Hey, it was just a test." So initially, I look at it and then was like, "I wonder if they're having a test in Apalachee." And then the second alert comes through, and then the third. So instead of opening the app immediately, I went to my truck and I got on the radio and turned the radio on, my police radio. I don't recall if I ever opened up the map. I do recall seeing Miss Lancaster's room. I just saw the alert from Miss Lancaster's room.
And so at the initial time that you received this emergency notification, did you know what was going on at Apalachee?
No, ma'am, not initially.
Okay. So you indicated that you got in your truck and turned on the radio. And what happened when you turned on your radio?
Just seconds after I turned my radio on, I heard Deputy Sergeant Chase Boyd say "active shooter" across the radio.
I have in my hand State Exhibit 2. It's on a hard drive, and it's the radio traffic from September 4th. Have you had an opportunity to review that radio traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of what you heard on September 4th?
It is.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 2 and publish for the jury, Your Honor.
Defense? No objection. All right. 2 is admitted, and you can publish it.
Safety Colin, you have traffic. Sure. Active shooter. Okay, active shooter at Apalachee High School. Okay, boy.
And you said it was from Deputy Boyd, and who is that?
Sergeant Boyd he's a supervisor with the SRO division. He's one of their immediate supervisors.
So when you heard that, what did you do?
I immediately being at the range and being in our ammunition house, I didn't have my standard uniform on, so I threw on my gun, jumped in my truck, and I went to Apalachee as fast as I could.
About how far from Apalachee were you?
Close to 5 miles.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
Around 10:30.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibits 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize those as?
They're overviews of Apalachee High School. They show rooms, room numbers, so essentially school maps.
Okay. And just for the record, is 3.1 a full map of the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is 3.2 a partial map of the high school?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look over to your left.
Okay.
Is that also 3.2 right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then is 3.3 an overview, like a street view from Google Maps?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibits 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3.
Defense? Same objection. Just as far as whether it's demonstrative or not. Okay.
Right.
All right. 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 are all admitted.
All right. Now we're going to start with 3.1, if we could display that for the jury. All right, so is this the full map?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you, and I'm going to hand you this in case you need it. Can you show us on there where you went when you arrived?
And so I entered the school through the front door. Front door is going to be here. I made my way to the main atrium, and then from the main atrium, I moved down F Hall until it intersected with J Hall. Once it intersected with J Hall, I made my way. So I could see a large law enforcement presence, obviously, at this point. So I moved down towards the end of J Hall, and that's where I came into contact with Sergeant Boyd, and he had the shooter in custody.
Okay. And when you arrived, who else was there?
A lot of folks. When I initially went through the front door, I saw Sergeant Maxwell. I remember seeing one of our investigators, and so but when I made my initial approach, until I got to the atrium, I think I was by myself.
And were EMS already there as well?
Yes, they had just gotten there.
And for you, what was your purpose of making entry?
To make sure that the shooter was, number one, secured, to make sure that we didn't have any other shooters in the school, and then to begin to render aid and work towards the bigger picture of securing the entire school.
Okay. Were the skills that y'all learned in March utilized that day?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And how so?
So a lot of the people that we spoke to after the event said that, it's extremely stressful. I can't put into words how different the actual event is than all the training that we've done over the years. And we've done it since, I've been at the Sheriff's Office since 2003, and in 2004, we did an active shooter drill at Apalachee High School. So the words can't put into perspective the amount of stress, but most of the guys that I talked to, they were like, it just felt like training.
And Judge, we're going to object to most of the guys that you talked to and what they may have said.
Just describe it from your perspective.
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
It did. It made it more where it was like it was something that they had seen before, which is not very common. It was something that we needed to do for our deputies.
And what was the result of the coordinated response by EMS and law enforcement that day?
So the result was we were able to fully secure the school. Every patient that was injured that could have been saved was saved. We refer to it as we had 0 preventable deaths, which was unheard of in active shooter scenarios up until September 4th.
You can have a seat. I won't have you do anything on that for a little bit. After you made entry and went to the end of J Hall and observed that the shooter was in custody, what did you do after that?
After making sure that the shooter was in custody, I got a team of deputies and we began moving down. So sort of, again, looking at the big picture, seeing where people were at, realizing where we needed resources. It didn't seem like anybody was fully down F Hall. So I took a team of deputies down F Hall, and we began making sure that the classrooms that there weren't any other injured people in the classrooms, again, that there wasn't another shooter, and then just securing those areas.
And as you were securing them, were y'all also evacuating students?
Not initially, but fairly soon after we started clearing. The evacuation process didn't take too long to get to.
And I'm going to go ahead and bring up State's Exhibit 3.3 behind you, which is the Google overview. So can you, and I think I lied, you are going to look at the map real quick.
That's fine, yeah.
Can you show us on there where the school is and just kind of orient the jury to what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am. So, Heyman Morris Road, this is Apalachee High School. The front door is right here, and then you have the rear parking lot where the buses go, and then the football field. And the football field is surrounded by a chain link fence.
And when y'all evacuated the students, where did y'all ultimately evacuate them to?
To the football field.
And when parents arrived to come find their children, were they eventually allowed to go to the football field as well?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Approximately how many law enforcement officers responded to Apalachee High School that day?
I believe that the number was close to 400, if not a little more.
And how many different agencies, if you know?
There were 56 that we had, that we made note of.
I'm going to go back to when you were in the school. Did you observe any dust-like substance present in the school when you were clearing it?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it located?
So I noticed it the closer I got to J Hall. As I was going down F Hall, I noticed it as I was getting towards J Hall.
And had you had experience with that kind of dust before?
Yes, ma'am, years ago.
Okay. And based on that, your training and experience, where did that dust originate from?
I almost immediately recognized that it was from the ceiling tiles. The concussion from the gunshot caused the dust from the ceiling tiles to start to fall and settle. In 2008, we had done an active shooter drill at Old County Line Elementary School, and I was picked to be the suspect, the shooter. I was given a blank gun, so it doesn't fire real projectiles, just really loud and puts out the flash. And they put me in a bathroom, and when they gave me the signal, I shot, and the dust fell down from the ceiling tiles, and it created something very similar to what I saw at Apalachee.
And in your capacity as lieutenant over training, have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance videos from September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In reviewing it, did you see the dust come from the ceiling tiles like you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your purpose in reviewing that surveillance video?
Just to review the actions of our first responders, of the deputies, of fire and EMS, and to learn if what we did well, what we could have done differently, and then to implement that into training.
After watching that video, did you become aware of the path that the shooter took on September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, I'd like you to go through that path for the jury, and if you could use the large map over there. And I'd like to start with the shooter's first period class. What class was he in?
So for first period, he was in Ms. Harris's class, and that was 1.515. It's going to be located right here.
And are you familiar with what time first period class is?
Yes, ma'am. So he got to class around 8:01, and the class starts at 8:15.
Okay. And are you familiar with what time it ends, approximately?
Yes, yeah, it ends at 9:38.
After he left first period class, where did he go for second period?
So he leaves first period, and then he goes to Miss Catherine Greer's room on J Hall, room 2.151, and that was where that was the second period. That's where he went next.
And what time does that class start?
9:45.
At some point, did he leave Miss Greer's class?
He didn't. He left her class at around 9:54.
And where did he go?
He went to the restroom.
Can you show which restroom he went to?
Yes, ma'am. Men's restroom, J Hall, just a short distance from Miss Greer's class.
And approximately when did he leave the restroom?
At 10:21.
After he left the restroom, where did he go?
And he went back towards Miss Greer's class. So he had left Miss Greer's class. He had his book bag with him that we ultimately learned had a gun in it. So when he exits the men's bathroom, he's got the book bag. At some point, he drops the book bag, so he just has his gun, and he goes back to Miss Greer's classroom.
And was he able to get into that room?
No, ma'am.
Where did he go after that?
He went immediately next door. He went to Miss Ryan and Coach Edwards' classroom, just 2.152.
And what happened in that classroom?
The door to that classroom was open, slightly open, just a little bit, and he began firing numerous rounds into that classroom.
And was anyone injured or killed in that classroom?
Yes, ma'am. Several students were injured. Christian Angula was killed in that classroom.
After he left Miss Ryan's classroom, where did he go?
So after he shot here, thankfully, as unfortunately as Christian was, after Christian had been shot, he used his foot to close the door. So he restricted access to the shooter after that. The shooter moved back down the hall towards the restrooms that he had come from. And he ultimately got to this intersection as he's moving down the hall in room 2.145, Miss Iremy. She was in that room, Christina Iremy. She opened the door to see what was going on. She looked out briefly, and he shot her.
And did she survive?
No, ma'am, she didn't.
After he shot Miss Iremy, what did he do?
So after he shot Miss Iremy, he kept moving. He moved. He was continuing to move. He got to the intersection here of State Hall and J Hall. And while he was here, he saw Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix, Ricky Aspinwall and David Phoenix, left their classrooms, which are 2 doors, side by side, so they leave pretty much at the same time. And as soon as the shooter sees them coming out of those classrooms, as they're in the hall, he shoots them numerous times. Coach Aspinwall was killed, and Mr. Phoenix was hurt pretty bad.
And then after that, where does he go?
Continues moving down J Hall. The shooter gets to this area here, J and I, about the time that Mason Schermerhorn comes out of the bathroom. He sees Mason, he aims his rifle, he shoots several times, and he ultimately kills Mason.
And then what happened?
After he shoots Mason, he turns and aims down J Hall at a student that was quickly trying to run away from him. He was trying to run so fast that he was falling over himself. As soon as he aims this way, Deputy Brandon King and Sergeant Boyd made their way down F Hall. They actually came out at the intersection on J Hall, so they could tell that there was, through the haze of the dust that had fallen, they could tell that somebody was down there. They heard the shots when he shot Mason, and then they immediately started giving loud verbal commands for him to drop his gun, and he immediately surrendered.
All right, Lieutenant Chandler, I don't have any further questions for you right now.
Cross. Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
I only have a few questions for you. How many entrances are to the high school?
Specifically, I'm not 100% sure exactly how many entrances. I can count them for you, though, using the map that we have, if you'd like me to.
If you know, that would be great.
Okay, give me 1 second. So I'm going to go based off of mostly just the exterior doors. There are going to be some other doors that I might not be able to count. I would say upwards of, I'd say a little more than 15 exterior doors.
Okay. And are all of those doors secured when the kids first come in?
Yes, sir.
So other people can't get in from other places?
Correct. They're supposed to be, yes, sir.
So all the students have to go in through the front?
No, sir, not necessarily through the front. So basically, I think that the way they have it set up is car riders will go through the front, and then the bus riders will go through the back side of the school.
Okay. So you got actually two entrances?
Two main entrances, yes, sir.
And the entrance that Colt made would be from the bus?
Correct, yes, sir.
And do you know what time that bus arrived?
Slightly before 8.
Okay. Do you know how many children were on that bus with him?
No, sir, I don't.
I assume you didn't take possession of any evidence at all, right?
No, sir. My role after the initial response was that I did supplement CID's efforts, but I didn't specifically collect evidence.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Based on crossing, you redirect?
No, Your Honor. May Lieutenant Chandler be excused?
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Safe crossing. Is the next witness a long one? We may break for lunch before cross, if so.
Maybe about 20 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
The state calls Dr. Matt Thompson. Go ahead and
broad job.
Where your employee will help you guide.
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you will start by just introducing yourself to the jury, and you can go ahead and tell us where you're employed.
My name is Matt Thompson. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for the Barrow County School System.
All right, and tell us a little bit about what that role entails.
It's a pretty broad job that entails a lot of different things. I have either direct or indirect supervision over, including technology, assessment, data, student records, student safety, support services, strategic planning, and a lot of other areas.
All right, and how long have you been in that role?
For this particular role, 4 years.
Okay. As part of that role, do you have access to the surveillance system for the Barrow County school system?
I do.
And does that specifically include surveillance video for Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Tell us a little bit about the surveillance system that Apalachee High School has.
System-wide, we have about 2,800 school and classroom cameras and about 800 bus cameras, about 4 per bus. For Apalachee specifically, we have 241 cameras spread out through the external parts of the school into the corridors, hallways, and including classroom cameras, and then they have however many buses delivered there on a given day. We have 4 cameras per bus.
Okay, and approximately how long has this surveillance system been in place?
We went with the particular server model that we're using in around 2015, so a little more than 10 years.
And does that record 24/7?
It depends on the camera. The classroom and hallway cameras record continuously 6 a.m. through 6 p.m. and then they have a mechanism that if there's a sensor that detects motion, it will start recording it at a given point. The external security cameras and some of the key entrances record 24/7, and then the bus video records as long as the bus is actually cranked and engaged. It records continuously.
Gotcha. And do any of these videos have sound?
The bus videos do record sound. Teacher classroom videos do if the teacher chooses to engage it, if they're recording a lesson for their instructional purposes. But unless the teacher turns on the classroom cameras, they do not record sound, and the hallway security videos and the external do not record sound.
All right, so are you aware if any of the videos relevant to this case have sound recorded on them?
I'm not aware of any that do.
Okay.
Except possibly the bus video. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. So the bus could go either way?
Bus could, yes.
Okay. And we'll start with the school proper, how is the surveillance video stored?
So the videos, when they're recording, are feeding data into a server. That server is organizing those. You can use our software to kind of query the server. We use a software called Video Insight. You can watch live streams, or you can also watch archived data, but that data feeds into the server room where it's stored for 30 days unless we choose to mark it for non-deletion, at which point it will be retained. Otherwise, it cycles over after 30 days.
Okay, and who has access to these videos, to the server?
The server room?
Yes.
That'd be anybody with a master key at the school, which would include school administrators. That would also include maintenance staff, a handful of IT staff, and then also a very small number of district staff, including myself.
Okay. And how can you yourself access these recordings?
We would never really have a reason to go to the server room. We just access those videos through the Video Insight platform, which is an installed app that's on our computers that we use to, we can watch again the live stream, or we can pull video clips out of that, or we can just review archival footage.
All right, and so this app on your computers, is it fair to assume that you said a very limited amount of people have access to that? Is that true for that app?
School administrators would have their own school. Beyond that, there's a small number of district staff that would have full district access, but it's very small, fewer than 10 in a fairly large district.
And is this the same system that's used for the buses in addition to the school system?
Buses are slightly different. They don't feed data live into a server. Theirs are recorded on a hard drive on the actual camera. So when we ask to review bus footage, we have to ask that the hard drive be actually pulled out of the camera and delivered. We can request that anytime we need to.
Okay. So on this hard drive, we have what have been marked as States Exhibits 4 through 28, showing the bus that Colt Gray took to the school on September 4th of 2024 and relevant video from Apalachee High School. Have you had the opportunity to review all these videos? And are they accurate copies of what was captured from the surveillance video that day?
Yes.
Were all these videos obtained directly either from the server at the school or the local servers on the bus?
That's correct.
And have they been materially changed or altered in any way?
They have not.
Judge, at this time we attend States Exhibits 4 through 28, and I would note that States 22 is in 2 parts, so we've just marked that as 22.1 and 22.2.
All right, if that's an objection.
No objection.
All right, 4 through 28, inclusive of 22.1 and 22.2 are all good.
All right, so we're going to be playing relevant portions of these videos at a later point in the trial, but what we're going to do with you right now is go through some clips from the exhibits just to orient the jury to the different views that these different cameras provide. We'll start with a clip from States Exhibit 4, which is the exterior of the school bus. And looking at this video, is that the video that you obtained relevant to this case?
It is.
Or a clip from it? And is the timestamp and date accurate on this video?
They appear to be accurate, yes.
Okay. And where's that camera? I think it's relatively obvious, but where's the camera shooting from?
There's 4 cameras per bus. That would be the front-mounted camera that's pointing out the front of the bus.
Okay. Moving on to a clip from States Exhibit 5. And is that the interior of the same school bus that we previously saw the exterior of?
That would be the camera that's pretty standard mounted behind the driver.
Okay, and once again, is the date and timestamp accurate on that video?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, now shifting to cameras at the school, we're next going to show a clip from States Exhibit 6. All right, and where is that camera showing from?
That is the bus rider entrance at the back of Apalachee High School.
All right, and I see we've got 2 date and timestamps, but they look to be exactly the same. Are those correct in these videos?
Those would be correct, yes.
Okay. Now, next we're going to jump over to a clip from States Exhibit 16. All right, so this one obviously looks a little different or significantly different from the other videos we're looking at. Can you just kind of explain what we're looking at here?
This is one of the classroom cameras. This is actually, I believe, in Miss Suzanne Harris's classroom. They're mounted at the center of the classroom, or not every classroom is perfectly square, so sometimes they're configured as close as we can get it, and they provide a fisheye view of the entire classroom. Some of the newer ones can be actually angled a little bit if a teacher wants to use them for instructional purposes. They typically are not done that much for that purpose, so this is typically the view you're going to get from a classroom camera, sort of the fishbowl view of the entire classroom.
Okay, and so are all the cameras inside the classrooms this style of camera?
Yes, there's not any that will look any different from this. As I said, you can sometimes angle them, but in this particular case it's not angled, and I don't believe any of the footage that was relevant in September 4th were angled.
That was my next question, thank you. And are there any other cameras that show the interior of these classrooms as part of the school surveillance system?
No.
Is the date and time stamp on this video correct?
It is, yes.
And just to kind of further orient the jury, in this video, can you tell us where the entrance to the classroom is?
It would be in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. When you can see a sort of brown door, that would be the entrance to the classroom. And this is, like I said, this is a computer classroom, so there's rows of desktop stacks.
Okay, so that brown door with the little window on it, right? Okay. And next we're going to pull up State 17 and show a clip from that. and tell us what we're looking at here.
This is just a pretty standard example of one of the hallway surveillance cameras that's looking down a hallway. Actually, I'm not 100% sure which hallway that is. Likely K Hall would be my guess, but it's one of the. I recognize enough of the names to know that's one of the ones that feeds on J Hall.
Okay. And generally, these hallway cameras, where are they located throughout the hallways?
We try to strategically place them through the, these are very large schools, hundreds of thousands of square feet to cover, so there are going to inevitably be, particularly in the hallway surveillance cameras, some occasional blind spots or some places where you have a long view to see something, but we try to place them along strategic points in the hallway to get maximal coverage.
Okay. Is every square inch of every hallway covered by a camera?
No, ma'am. We unfortunately do have some blind spots occasionally.
Okay. And is there any video surveillance that specifically covers any part of the interior of any bathrooms?
No, for obvious student privacy reasons, we don't have any surveillance cameras within restrooms. We do try to typically have one facing the entrance or the exit to the restroom, but we don't place them inside.
Okay. And on this video, and I believe any hallway videos, I see we have 2 timestamps that are actually slightly different. Can you tell which one is accurate?
So the upper left-hand corner is the camera's particular internal timer that is specific to the particular camera in use. Those can, unfortunately, due to connectivity issues, battery issues, those can be off. Those sometimes will lag what actual time. So when these are queried on the server, the bottom right is going to be the server time that is synced to national clocks and is the independently verifiable time. So in this particular case, anytime you see 2 timestamps, the one on the bottom right is going to be the accurate date and time.
Okay, so in this case, we're looking at these 2 times, and the accurate time is 9:39 a.m.
That would be correct, yes. That would be the server time.
All right, thank you. Did you also review and recover surveillance footage from any dates besides September 4th related to this case?
Yes, ma'am. We also reviewed and pulled footage from August 26th and August 28th.
Okay. And again, we'll provide more relevant context and publish those videos through subsequent witnesses. But starting with August 26th, what were you generally looking for?
That was the last date Colt attended school prior to September 4th, and we were particularly interested in verifying that he spent the majority of that day in the counseling suite. So in this particular case, we pulled videos related to his first period class, his second period class, and then his moving into the counseling suite for the majority of the rest of the day.
And was that video recorded and stored in the same capacity as you previously described?
It was, yes.
And did the timestamp appear to be accurate, or in the case of any hallways, that bottom right timestamp appear to be accurate?
Good to me.
With these videos from that date, did you combine multiple camera recordings of Colt related to him going to the counselor's office?
We did. It's a little clunky when you're trying to parse through a server. So a lot of times we'll create curated pathway videos through a school. So in this particular case, we pulled sequential clips off of multiple cameras and sort of stitched them together using just very basic video software, just so that you have an unobstructed view of the student moving through the school. And we did that for the August 26th for Colt.
Okay, and other than putting those videos from different cameras into one file, were the videos changed or materially altered in any way?
They were not.
And Judge, again, we'll publish this at a later time, but at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 29, which is also stored on this hard drive.
No good.
And just to follow up on that a little bit, is there any surveillance video once you enter the counseling wing at Apalachee High School?
There isn't actually a unobstructed view of the entrance to the counseling suite. You can get almost there from the where you come off the K Hall, coming down from J Hall. You can see where individuals will turn to go to the counseling suite. You can also see that off of other hallways, but you can't actually see anybody enter the counseling suite.
Okay, and was the thought there essentially also for privacy reasons?
Yeah, sometimes we've kind of gone back and forth over the years, but as to coverage versus trying to be a little more discreet with students who may have issues and they don't want to be picked up on camera. So in this particular case at Apalachee, we don't have a camera that shows the counseling suite entrance.
Okay. And shifting your focus to August 28th, which is the other date you referenced, were you looking for a specific person on that date at Apalachee High School?
We were, yes.
Okay, and who was that?
That would be Colt's grandmother, Miss Deborah. I think I've had her name mispronounced all these years. I think it was Pummelhoose or...
Okay, I believe Paul Hamus.
Paul Hamus, there we go.
But I think we'll clarify later.
She had visited that day to meet with a counselor to discuss her concerns, so we pulled video showing both her entrance and her exit from Apalachee High School.
Okay. And again, did you combine the multiple camera recordings of her on that date into one file?
We did.
And other than putting them into one file, were they changed or materially altered in any way?
They were not altered in any way.
All right. And is that the video that we've marked as State's Exhibit 30 and put onto this hard drive, a fair and accurate depiction of what you pulled off those cameras? And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 30 and again play it at a later time.
Defense? No objection, Judge. All right. 30 is admitted without objection.
Right. Now lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31. And can we just identify what this is?
So this is Apalachee's bell schedule for 2024-2025, specifically the fall semester. Appalachee's instructional day is tied into 4 main instructional periods with a shorter advisement period.
Okay, and before I make you talk through it twice, is what I've handed you fair and accurate?
This is the accurate bell schedule from the fall of 2024.
Okay, and Judge, we'd go ahead and tender that as State's Exhibit 31. All right, and we'll go ahead and pull that up on the screen just so it's a little easier for people to follow. So yeah, if you'll just kind of talk us through what this shows.
Sure, so what this is going to be doing is, as I said, there's 4 instructional segments and there's also an advisement period that is built in on certain days. So in this case, what this is showing is the beginning and ending of each class segment and then the time students have to traverse to their next class before they would be considered tardy.
Okay. Nothing further from me. The defense may have a couple questions for you.
All right, Cross, I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
At that time, Apalachee High School did not have metal detectors, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, need to be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. 12.
All right, they're going to take their lunch breaks, so I am just going to pop in here real quick. Hey, Mick and Clay, good to see you. So, Colt sentencing, he took a non-negotiable guilty. His sentencing starts this Friday. They say it may go into Monday or may go into next week. Colin, on the left, Dad, his starts Tuesday. It's going to be Tuesday and Wednesday. So what Colt did was he took a non-negotiable guilt plea deal, and that basically puts it on the judge to decide what his sentencing will be. So, but we're in the meantime, we're just kind of getting back into this trial, so that when the sentencing does come Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll have all kinds of knowledge again, because this happened back in February. So a lot of things have happened since then. All right, Oh, okay. So Suzanne Harris is next. She's the computer science teacher, and then Kathleen Greer is the algebra 1. So these are the 2 teachers that Colt was in their class, and then Colt was unfortunately targeted the class. So these 2 are very important as well. I eventually want to play the family. It's Jenny, Debbie, grandmother, and Marcy, the mother. I'm going to play those probably. Will I play those Thursday? I'm not sure when I'll play those, but then I also want to. Anyway, I have a whole thing in my mind what I want to play. But for today, I think I'm just going to stick with. I'm going to stick with the teachers. These first responders, and we'll see how far we get with that.
State called Suzanne Harris. Will you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Suzanne Harris. Was a teacher at Apalachee High School. I've been in the county for 14 years. This is my 18th year teaching.
Well, you went ahead and answered my next question, which was, what do you do? So you indicated that you worked at Apalachee High School. When did you work at Apalachee High School? What years of service did you do there?
I worked there until December of this past year. So I've been there for 4.5 years.
And while you were at Apalachee High School, what subject did you teach?
Computer science.
In September of 2024, were you teaching computer science at that time?
I was.
And I'm going to ask you if you could show me on that map right next to you which was your classroom.
Okay, I'm right here on G Hall, and my classroom is right here, 1.515.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. You can have a seat. I am going to draw your attention to September 4th of 2024. Were you working at Apalachee that day?
I was.
And was Colt Gray in one of your classes?
He was.
What period was he in?
He was in first period.
And what time is that class? Or generally, what time does first period start?
The bell rang at like 8:15.
Okay. And what time does it end?
Best I recall, like 9:38, somewhere around there.
And on September 4th, I guess, had you seen him in your class before?
I think he had been in class one time prior to that day.
And on September 4th, did he talk to you?
He did.
When did he first talk to you?
Early on in the classroom session, I think around 8:30, he asked to go to the restroom.
And then after that, did he come and talk to you again?
He did.
And what did he talk to you about?
At this point, we had been talking about missing assignments and different things because he had only been there for 2 days, but he asked whether or not we'd ever had an active shooter drill before.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that we had one.
Judge, we're going to object any hearsay.
Mr. Brooks, response.
Your Honor, doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. It goes to sort of present sense impression, what they're discussing at that time, and then what action she took afterwards.
Yeah, I would think this falls into a category of non-hearsay. They're not offering it to prove that they did or didn't have active school shooter trainings in the past. It's just, did he ask the question? So I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so, kind of getting back to the question, he asked you if there was an active shooter drill, and then your response was what?
Yeah, we actually had one last week, but he wasn't there for the drill.
Okay. And was there any further discussion about that?
At that moment, I did ask him what school he went to, because I was concerned, like, why would you, had you worked or been in a school that it would have made you nervous about school shooting? And he told me that he had been at Jefferson High School, middle school, excuse me, in the 8th grade. And I asked him if he knew Elaine Murphy, who's one of the teachers at Jefferson.
Judge, I'm going to, again, object any hearsay.
And
Ms. Brooks, you have a response? Or?
I think we'll just move on from what she said back to him and go on to the next topic.
All right, so I'll sustain the objections to his last remarks. Go ahead.
Okay. So after y'all had the discussion, did he go back and sit down?
He did.
Okay. And this time, I'm going to publish a clip from State's Exhibit 16. It's been previously introduced in the evidence, and the clip is from 38 minutes and 23 seconds to 39 minutes and 12 seconds.
So Colt is right above my head. He's the one in white. You see him? I can't point that far, but he's literally right where I'm pointing. So if you tilt your head, he's got the blonde hair, bleach blonde hair. He's got the white shirt on, and then there's the teacher, Suzanne Harris. So she's like in black. Looks like she's got maybe a red shirt on underneath. So he's literally like right above me.
I'm going to pause it briefly. Can you kind of tell the jury, just so they can make sure they see where you are and then also where Colt Gray is?
Sure. So over to this side over here, where you see the gold and white striped bulletin board, that's where my desk is. And
is that all the way on the left of the screen?
Yes. And then he is to the right of my desk. I don't know what corner I can show you. So I'm here, and Colt is here, and this is where he was sitting.
Okay.
And this was Alex Johnson, and this was Tyler Graham.
It may facilitate things for these fisheye views to kind of refer to like the face of a clock, 9 o'clock, or just.
That is a good idea, Your Honor. And as far as the exit or the entrance to the classroom, the door, is that around 11 o'clock?
It is.
All right, thank you. All right, we can finish playing the clip. Okay. And does that clip show where he asked you about the active shooter drill?
Yes.
Okay. When he asked you that, did that concern you?
I mean, you don't expect to hear that in the classroom. I mean, we hear about school shootings, but you don't think it's going to happen to you. So it was a little bit alarming. And I did send an email to the counselor in regards to that, in regards to my concern.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 32. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's the email that I sent to Miss Butler.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of that email that you sent to Miss Butler on September 4th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 32.
No objection.
All right, 32 is admitted.
Okay, if we could display that for the jury. Okay, so you indicated that you sent this email to Miss Butler. Can you tell us who Miss Butler is?
She's the counselor that is in charge of his last name. So each counselor has a certain number of letters in the alphabet that they're in charge of. And she was in charge of his last name.
And then you also copied D. Martin. Can you tell me who D. Martin is?
She's our assistant principal, but I'm a CTAE teacher, so she was actually over the CTAE umbrella.
Okay. And what time did you send that email?
The timestamp is 8:46 a.m.
And can you read for the jury what your email said?
The subject said, inquiry from CG that might warrant a few questions. Miss Butler, I had a student who is new to the school. He has missed quite a bit already. He asked this morning if we ever do any active shooter drills. I thought this was an odd question. I told him we did, and we had one recently, but he was absent. I asked if he had a particular concern, and he said he didn't. The student is Colt Gray, and he is in the 9th grade, just FYI.
Thank you. Now, after you sent that email, did Colt come and talk to you again?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he talk to you about this time?
Several times he was asking about missing assignments. The two students that were sitting beside him, Alex Johnson and Tyler Graham, they were actually helping him with assignments. But at some point closer to the time that the bell rang, he asked what our policy was in between restroom transitions as far as going to the restroom.
And what is Apalachee's policy about restroom transitions?
You cannot go to the restroom during transitions.
Okay. And by transition, do you mean between classes?
Yes, ma'am.
So when can you go to the restroom?
You can go in class.
And how do y'all prevent people from going to the restroom during between?
Like, I remember when we watched this the first time, and I found that so odd because I don't know what it was like for you guys growing up, but when I was in elementary school, high school, well, especially high school, that's when you would go to the restroom. You go to the restroom in between classroom breaks because once class started, you are in class. I do remember though in elementary school, you would be like as a group, right? So they let all the boys go, let all the girls go, or there'd be like a group of, four boys, five, whatever it was, there'd be groups of us that would go. But I remember in high school, that's when you used the restroom, was in between class. Because once the bell rang, you better be in your seat or else you're considered tardy and you're going to get in trouble. So I just found that interesting. It's like the exact opposite.
Classes.
We have chains, and so I actually had the restroom duty right outside my classroom. So there's chains, and you just walk out and clip the chain and stand there and make sure that the students don't go in and out of the restroom.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to show another clip from State's Exhibit 16, which is from 1 hour and 30 minutes and 54 seconds to 1 hour and 31 minutes and 18 seconds. Is that when he asked you about going to the bathroom or what the bathroom policy is?
He did, and I reached over to grab the bathroom pass. That's what the thing I was reaching for. They have to have a hall pass in order to go to the restroom. Asked him if he needed to go to the restroom, and he said he did not.
When class was over and he was getting ready to leave, did you notice anything about him or his belongings that caused you concern?
Very close to the end of class, I noticed that there was like a poster or some kind of project or something that was sticking out of his book bag, and I asked him what his project was about, and he didn't really have much to say about the project, but he did tell me that he would show it to me later if I wanted to see it. And I couldn't tell what the project was, but he had only been there for a couple of days, so I was looking at it kind of odd. It was taller than the book bag, and it had like clothing that was kind of wrapped around it. And we're in September, but there was like a sock cap that appeared to be like stuck on the top, and I thought it was kind of odd.
How did he carry the bag when he left your classroom?
It was very difficult for him to carry. It was like really super heavy. And so when he went to pick it up, you could tell, and I said, "Do you need help with that?" And he seemed a little agitated or a little nervous. And so he just like scurried out of the classroom with his book bag.
Now, as a teacher, as an educator, do you have the authority to search a child's backpack or a student's backpack?
No, I do not.
Okay. And so based on what you observed, with his backpack and with the questions that he asked you about the active shooter and about the bathroom, what did you do?
Initially, I went straight out the door and went to the restrooms to put up the chain because the class was in transition and that's where my restroom duty is. But as I was standing there, I wasn't standing there very long, but I heard a voice that said, "He's got a gun."
And that's just like a voice in your head, kind of?
Voice in my head, yeah.
And what did you do when you kind of felt that happen?
I got cold chills from the tops of my hair all the way down to the toes of my feet. And I stood there for a minute, and it quickly runs through your mind, like if you make an accusation and you tell somebody's got a gun, they're going to think you're crazy. But as I stood there for just a second, it just got louder. And so I just darted down the hallway and went straight to D. Martin's office.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to D. Martin's office?
I was going to attempt to tell her that I thought that he had a gun, but she was in there with another student. And so the door was closed. So I immediately came out. Mr. Broughton, who was our other AP, he was standing out in the atrium because we're in class transition. And I went up told him that, I really needed to talk to somebody. And he said, "Well, have you already been talking to Dee about this?" And I said, "Yes." And about that time, somebody came on the radio and said that she was releasing that student to the media center. And he said, "Oh, well, she's done. So you go ahead you go ahead and go in there and talk with her." And so that's what I did.
And what was that discussion, or what did you tell her?
When I went in, there was another teacher that was coming in behind me. It was Mandy Pugh and two of her students. And Dee was coming out of her office, and she thought we were together regarding another situation. And I told her no, and there was somebody in the office that was next door to hers. And so there was still a student that was in her office, and so we went into Mr. Neely's office, which is the third office. And we went straight back and we're trying to find some place private. But I told her, I said, "I don't know how I know, but, I think he's got a gun."
After that, what did you do?
She asked me at that point if I knew what class he was in, and I said, "No, I don't." But when I went back to my classroom, then I looked up who the classroom teacher was, and it was Catherine Greer.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's the email that I sent letting Dee know what classroom he was in.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of that email?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 33.
No objection.
All right, 33 submitted.
And we'll go ahead and publish that to the jury. Okay. And again, you indicated that this was to D. Martin. Can you tell us the time that you sent that email?
The time is at 9:52 a.m.
And can you tell us what the email said?
Colt Gray is with Miss Greer during second period, FYI, thanks.
Your second period class, was it a planning period for you, or were you teaching a class?
It was planning period.
Okay. After that email, can you tell us what happened?
So I have other students that share the classroom. They come in, we share the classroom together. And Alex English was just another teacher. It's his first year teaching. He was teaching audio, video technology, and film. And he came in with his students. And so at some point during the class, I was just really nervous, and I just stood up and kind of addressed the whole class without asking him first. I just was very stern, and what I said was, "Don't ask me how I know, don't ask me any questions, but do not leave this classroom unless it's an absolute emergency." Because I just felt in every fiber of my being that something was wrong.
at some point, did you become aware that there was shooting going on in the high school?
Yes. At one point, Alex kind of came towards the door, and we kind of stepped out in the hallway, and I told him what I was suspicious of, and he was like, "Oh gosh, that sounds, scary or whatever." And I said, "I don't know how I know, but I just felt like that something was going to happen." And so I came back in the classroom, and shortly thereafter we saw the lockdown screen, and we went into lockdown.
And eventually, were you able to hear the shooting, or did you just become aware that something had happened?
No, I actually heard the shooting. It's our protocol to go out, like to open up the classroom door to kind of look to see who's in the hallway, if there's any kids in the bathroom. And I did that, and I could hear gunshots to the left, which is down towards the counseling office.
After the shooting had ended, were y'all eventually able to leave your classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And where were y'all evacuated to?
To the football field.
And I'm going to play one more clip for you, which is the clip for when Colt was leaving your classroom. And it is from 1 hour and 39 minutes and 11 seconds to 1 hour and 40 minutes and 14 seconds. And that's, again, from State's Exhibit 16.
There she is talking to him. It's right above. And she is talking to Colt. He's got the white shirt on. Remember, white shirt with the tan pants. He's got like a red top with maybe a black sweater or coat. There he is picking up his backpack and walking out.
And just to be clear, did you ever actually see a gun?
No.
Okay. And so you had a feeling that there was a gun, but you never saw one?
No.
Okay. Nothing further.
Yes, Sean. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris.
I have a few questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense or you'd like me to clarify, please let me know, and I'll go ahead and take care of that. All right. So you were in class and you observed this backpack that Mr. Gray had, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it looked like it was heavy?
When he got ready to leave the classroom is where it appeared to be heavy.
Based on how he was lifting it? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point after the shooting, you gave a statement to a couple officers from GBI, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And you have to say yes or no for the court reporter, sorry. No, you're fine. Do you remember telling them that you were familiar with guns?
Yes.
And I believe you said that you thought, based on the length of the object that was extending from his backpack, that kind of made you suspicious. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How was it about the poster board? How far was it extending out of the backpack?
It appeared to be about that far.
So you're holding your hands, and so I have to make a record for the court reporter, like a foot and a half more?
2.5 foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there was a hat stuffed down the tube of the poster board. Is that correct?
It appeared to be clothing, and best I recall, it looked like a sock cap.
Like a toboggan?
Yes.
So like a winter hat?
Yeah.
And of course this was September.
Right. And I thought that was odd.
Right. And it wasn't cold that day?
No, it was not.
Okay. All right. think that's it. Let me check one other thing. And you said we saw from where he was sitting in class on the video, he was sitting next to a couple other students. Mm-hmm. And without telling me what anybody said specifically, your memory is that they were engaging in conversations regarding missing assignments?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge? 1 second. I think I'm almost done.
Mr. Harris, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Based on cross, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. May Ms. Harris be excused?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. State calls next week.
They called Catherine Greer.
All right, now Kathleen Greer is going to come up. She's a math teacher.
Just excusing witnesses when they ask if there's someone that you don't want to be excused. Let me know.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury.
My name is Catherine Greer.
Okay. And where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Apalachee High School.
And what do you do at Apalachee High School?
I'm a math teacher.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
This is my third year.
Your third year? Okay. I want to take your attention back to 2024-2025 school year. What did you teach on that year?
I was teaching 9th grade Algebra 1.
Okay. What did you have first period?
First period was my planning block.
Okay. So you didn't teach a class that period?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did you teach second period?
9th grade, 9th grade Algebra 1.
Okay. There's a partial map of the school next to you. If you could you orient to the jury as to where your classroom was for second period?
Classroom's right here.
Okay. And was Colt Gray a member of that class?
He was.
Okay. And what do you remember about Colt Gray prior to September 2024?
Not too much. He started school not on the first day, maybe a week or so after. And I think I had him in my room maybe 3-4 times.
Okay. I want to take your attention to August 26th of that year. Was Colt Gray in your class on that day?
I believe so.
Okay. And did something happen? Did he come to you about needing something?
Yes, he approached me in class and asked to go see a crisis counselor.
Okay. And did that seem...
Object to any hearsay?
Your Honor, hearsay is a statement made out of court. That wasn't a statement. He was asking for something. That would be more in a present sense impression. It's also not for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't think that would be hearsay.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Judge, I think it is being admitted for the truth of the matter in regards to his mental health state at that time.
Your Honor, it's not testimonial in nature. He's not asking, or he's not testifying anything. It's not an outward statement. He's asking to go somewhere. That is not hearsay.
Yeah, I believe him asking to see a counselor on that day is non-hearsay, so I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. So he asked to see a crisis counselor. Was there anything about what he asked that stood out to you?
Just the fact that he used crisis counselor. Usually my student just says, "Can I go see my counselor?" So that stood out.
How did he appear to you emotionally?
I don't recall how he appeared when he asked. I just knew it was different from a typical ask to go to see a counselor, so I walked him there.
Okay. So is it your normal practice to walk them to the counselor?
If they just asked to go to a counselor, not typically, but since he said crisis counselor, I didn't know what was going on, so I did want to walk him. And so class next to me has 2 teachers in it.
And who were they?
Miss Ryan and Coach Edwards.
Okay, so what did you do when you decided to walk him to the counselor's office?
I peeked my head over next door and just asked if one of them could watch my class so I could walk him to the counseling office.
Okay, and did they do that?
They did.
Okay, could you show, and did you walk him to the counselor's office?
I did.
Could you show on the map that we were just talking about where the counselor's office, did you walk him to?
The counselor's office is over here.
Okay.
I'll walk him down that hall.
Okay, thank you. Did Colt come back to your second period class that day?
He never came back to my classroom.
That day or any other day?
He didn't come back that day, and I believe the next time he was there was September 4th.
Okay. Let's go to September 4th. Approximately how many times on that day had Colt Gray been present in your classroom?
Maybe 2 or 3, maybe.
Okay. Did you have any problems with him before then?
I did not.
Okay. Did he have any issues with other students that you seem to notice?
No, I never saw him interact with any student specifically.
Okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about him?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there another student in your class with a similar name?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colton Gray.
Colton Gray. Now, Colt Gray was a freshman that year, correct?
Correct.
All right. What year was Colton Gray?
A senior.
Okay. And what was his personality like?
Very sweet, very respectful. He tried hard, put his best effort forward. Great kid.
Did he interact with you and other students?
He did.
Okay. I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th. About what time do second period students begin arriving in your class?
Around 9:45, or a little bit before the second period bells at 9:45, I believe.
Okay. And what are you typically doing when students are arriving at your class?
Typically, I'm standing at the door greeting them.
Okay. Did you notice Colt when he came into your class?
I do not remember him coming into the room.
Okay. Do you remember seeing his book bag when he came into the room?
No.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to see the security camera footage of your classroom from that morning?
I have.
Okay. And looking back on that security camera footage, do you realize why it was that you don't remember seeing Colt?
I did.
And why is that?
I was pulling up a presentation on my screen, so my back was turned to the door.
Okay. This security camera footage that you saw, does it accurately portray what happened on September 4th?
It does.
I'm going to show you a clip from what's already been tendered as State's Exhibit number 21. Your Honor, for the record, this is going to be from 1 minute 15 seconds to 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And ask you, it portrays Colt coming into the room. Is that you at the 4 o'clock position?
It is.
Okay. And what are you wearing? Just a color?
Green.
Okay. And where's the door in this?
Diagonal to me,
okay,
on the other side of the wall.
All right. Thank you. Play.
Right, so is that Colton? I think Colton sits with him. So he's down here. I want to point. Okay, so he's down at the bottom. He's got the bleach blonde hair, the white shirt. I think Colton sits with him. I'm pretty sure this is the class where he sits with him.
kid that just entered the room, who was that?
That's Colt Gray.
The one with the black shirt and the tan pants?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, the odds of two Colt, sitting at the same desk, it just blows my mind. I mean, it's so weird. This trial is so sad on so many levels, but then when you just kind of take a step back and just look at it, it's like the synchronicity, or I'm not even sure what the right wording is, but just, I guess maybe the synchronicity of it all is just, that just blows my mind that two Colts were sitting at the same table. One was mistaken for the one that's, they're trying to find. Just amazing. So Miss Greer is in the green. That's her in the far right. She's in the green. And there's Colt in his white shirt. Just keep an eye on him in his white shirt.
So at this point, class change is ended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point during class, does Colt ask to leave the classroom?
He does.
Okay. And what purpose does he ask to leave the classroom?
He has to go see his counselor.
Okay. At this point, do you take him, did you walk him this day?
I did not.
Okay. And did he take his stuff with him or did he leave it in the room?
He took his book bag.
Okay. And is this also shown in the security footage?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'm going to show what's 1322 to 1422. It's close to 10 minutes.
And this is another.
It's also from States 21, Your Honor.
And let me just clarify for a second my last ruling. So I overruled an objection previously about hearsay on he asked to see a crisis counselor. I think him asking the question is admissible for the fact that he asked it. It's not admitted for the purpose of establishing that he was in fact having a mental health crisis. All right.
So if the last clip ended at 9:45 and this is 9:53, we're now about 8 minutes into the class? Okay. What's he doing there on the wall?
He's grabbing the pass, office pass.
So different passes have different destinations on them?
There's a restroom pass and office pass.
Okay. After he leaves at this point, does he come back inside the class?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point after Colt leaves, does Colton Gray also leave the class?
He goes to the restroom.
Okay. Does he do the pass thing also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he take his belongings with him, or does he leave them in the classroom?
He left him in the room.
Okay. Is this also shown? Well, let me go further before we play the clip. After Colton has left the classroom, does someone come to your class?
Yes, Miss Martin.
Okay, and who is Miss Martin?
Assistant principal.
Okay, why is she coming to the class?
She came to class asking for a student.
Okay, and what student did she ask for?
I can't recall the name that she said. I must have heard Colton Gray.
Who did you think she asked for?
Colton Gray.
Okay. Had he recently left for the bathroom when she asked for him?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell her where he had gone?
I said he's in the bathroom.
Okay, and did you give her his belongings?
I handed his book back to her.
Okay, is this also shown on the security footage?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I will show clip from 2342 to 2633, also from State's Exhibit number 21. So now we're at 10:03, so this is about 9 minutes after Colt left.
So Colt leaves and he takes his book bag. Colton leaves and he leaves his book bag. Interesting, right? So Colt leaves, takes his book
What's
bag.
What's he doing there, Colton?
He's signing out.
Okay. So you have to get a pass and you have to write on the...
Put your name down.
Okay.
So Colt leaves, takes his book bag. Colton leaves his book bag. Difference between the two Colts. And now they're both in the bathroom. So both Colts are in the bathroom at the same time. Then there's that. So both Colts are in the bathroom at the same time. The one, Colt is hiding, but Colton, I believe, is actually, I guess he's using the restroom.
Is that Miss Martin coming in there?
It is.
Okay. Now, at some point, does Miss Martin return to your class?
She does.
Okay, what happens when she returns to your class?
She told me that she needed Colt Gray.
Okay, and what did you tell her?
I said he went to the counseling office.
Okay, does she then leave at that point?
She does.
Is this also shown on the security footage?
It is.
Or this time on State's Exhibit 21, I'll show clip from 30:25 to 30:53. So now we're at 10:11. This is what, about 5 minutes after she left the first time?
So they're trying to find him. They're trying to find Colt Gray. They don't really know what he looks like because he's only been there for like 2 or 3
After
days.
she leaves there, does she, when I say she, I mean Miss Martin, does she communicate with you any more about Colt Gray?
She does.
And what does she do?
She intercomed into my room.
I'm sorry, she what?
Intercomed
Okay.
into my room.
So she got on the intercom?
Yes.
Okay.
And she asked me to check my email.
All right. And did you check your email?
I did. She was asking around what time he left the room, Colt left the room.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 34. Ask you to identify that. What is that?
This is the email that she sent me asking what time he left, and the email that I responded with saying he left around 9:50.
Okay. So you had the email to you and your reply on the same?
Correct.
Do they accurately reflect the email exchange you had with Miss Martin?
They do.
All right, this time I tender State Exhibit number 34 in the evidence.
No objection. All right, 30 goes.
As we publish after the jury. All right, so you're at the bottom?
I am.
All right, I'm sorry, Miss
sorry,
Martin's
no.
at the bottom.
Miss Martin's at the bottom.
Okay, and what time did that email come in?
That came at 10:18.
Okay, and your response is above that?
Correct.
Okay, and what time did you send that response?
10:20.
And what did you say?
I said he left towards the beginning of first, probably around 9:50.
Okay. What happens then?
Class continues, and I'm up towards the front of the room when I see some movement in my door. I catch a glimpse that it's him.
Okay. Is the door open or closed?
It's closed.
Okay, how are you able to see movement? Is there like a glass or
There's
something?
a glass window.
Okay, and so you see movement?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do then?
I realized that it was him, so I immediately went to my computer to send an email saying he's at my door.
Okay. I want to show you Smart State Exhibit number. Who'd you send that email to?
Miss Martin.
Okay. Show Smart State Exhibit number 35. See if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the email that I sent to Miss Martin saying he just came back to class.
Okay. And is it an accurate reflection of the email that you sent to Miss Martin?
It is.
Here, this time I tender State Exhibit number 35 in the evidence.
No objection. All right, 35 to me.
Post that. So, what time did you send that email?
I sent that at 10:22.
Okay. When you send that email, what happens?
I sent the email, and immediately, Miss Martin came back on the intercom and said he's at your door. And at that point, I'm walking towards my door, and I said yes. I got to my door, and I saw that it was him, and that he had a gun.
Describe how he was holding the gun.
I guess just across his body.
Okay. And what type of gun was it? I mean, I don't even know what type, but just...
It was a large gun, a rifle, I guess.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I said he's got a gun. I told the kids to get in the corner. I started pressing my Centegix badge.
All right. Tell me about this Centegix bag you're referring to.
all the teachers have a badge at home. Sorry.
That's fine. Take your time.
If you press it 3 times, admin and an officer and the nurse are coming. And if you press it up to a certain amount of times, it shuts alerts to the police department and the school, and sets off an alarm in school.
How many times do you think you pushed it?
A good amount. Couldn't tell you how many specifically.
Okay. When you push the button, what happens then?
All the kids come to the corner, and there was a kid that was in front of the door that decided to drop where he was, so I crawled over and grabbed his hands. I reached up and flicked off the light, and I went back over to the kids in the corner.
Did he ever come into your room?
He did not.
Could you hear the gun being fired?
I could.
Okay. How many shots do you think you heard?
There was 2 sets, and it just sounded maybe 5 or 6.
Could you tell where they were coming from?
As in?
Where in the school they were coming from?
My hall, J Hall.
Is this what you're describing reflected in the security footage?
It is.
All right, this time I play states 21 from 37:53 to 41:45.
Is this part of what we discussed at the motions hearings on Friday?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So there's a student, I'm pretty sure there's a student, if you look up at the door.
Is this when you're emailing with Miss Martin?
Yes.
If you watch the door, you can see him, and then I think a student gets up. I think it's a student that gets up, a girl, a female, I'm pretty sure, and she's the one that says he's got a gun. No, wait a minute. Maybe not. So keep an eye on the door. All right, teacher goes back. He's still not at the door. Trying to remember how this plays out.
Is that him in the door there?
It is.
Is this you sending the email?
Yes.
Yeah, so the girl in red goes, it's the girl in red. See, she's the one that sees he has a gun. So that girl in red is the one who actually...
Is that you pushing the button there?
It is.
Is this what y'all are trained to do during the shooter drill?
Yes, sir.
Now, sadly, he goes literally right next door, and Christian opens the door for him. It's like, ugh, just so many heartbreaking moments, you know. This group of kids and teacher, like, did the right thing by not opening the door, and poor Christian opened the door, not realizing anything, and he opened the door, and boom, he's taken out. So it's literally right next door.
Did a student from your class call 911?
They did.
Okay. And who was that girl's name?
Jaylene.
Okay. Have you heard that 911 call?
I have.
And is that Jaylene's voice on the call?
It is.
All right, this time I'll tender state exhibit number 36.
No objection, Judge. All right, 36 is in
Your Honor, that this 36 is the business certification record, and 36, the call itself, is on the hard drive. We're going to play a clip that is 5 minutes and 42 seconds long. 5 minutes 42 seconds long.
Apalachee High School, please. Yesterday, what do we do? Please, yesterday, okay. It's my house on the door. It's shooting. Oh my God. You hear where they're coming from? What did you say? Where are you? Where are you in the school? We're at Apalachee High School. Okay, where in the school are you? Listen, what's your name? What's your name? Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? We're getting lots of help on the way, but I want you staying on the phone with me. Where in the school are you? I'm in K-hole in the back. K-hole in the back. Is anybody in your room shot? Stay on the phone with me. If you have to put the phone down, put it down, but I want you on the phone with me. Do you understand? Yes, okay, do you know what classroom number you're in? What classroom number? What's this clear? I don't know the numbers. Do you know where the shooter is? I don't know if he was in a shooting there or the numbers. Who is the shooter? His name is Colt. I told his last name. Alright, spell your name for me. J-A-R-L-Y-N. Okay, listen. I'm going to stay on the phone with you, okay? I'm staying on the phone with you and take a big deep breath with me. Okay, Jalen, my name is Terry, okay? I'm going to stay with you. Okay, I got you. Okay, how many people are in your room, Jalen? How many people are in the room? How many students are in the room? At least like 130. Okay, what's your last name, Jalen? Elira. Spell it for me. D-E-L-I-R-A. Okay. Alright, I'm going to stay on the phone with you, okay? Yes, ma'am. Do you hear anything? No, I don't know where he was. I don't know where he is. Okay. Is your door locked? I don't do deep breath for me. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, okay? You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I want you to let me know if you hear anything. Okay? Alright. Is your door locked? Is there anything in front of your door? No, it's off the desk. No, there's nothing. Okay. Do you know what, you don't know what classroom you're in? Like what classroom number? If you check it is room 2.151. 2.151. Okay, is your teacher there with you? Yes. Okay. Alright, what's your teacher's name? Miss Greer. Miss Greer? Okay, where is she at right now? Is everybody hiding? Yes. Okay. I got a whole lot of people coming and I got a whole lot of people there. But I'm staying on the phone with you, okay? I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm going to be right here with you. Okay. You're doing a great job. I want you to let me know if you hear anything at all. Do you know what Colt looks like? There was like dyed blonde hair. Dyed blonde hair? Glasses. Did you see the gun or did you just hear the shots? I know a couple people and I heard the shots. You heard the shots? Yes. How many shots did you hear? More than 10? Okay. Alright. Take a big deep breath. Big deep breath. I know you are very scared, but you're doing great. That's it. Okay, you're doing great. You're doing a really good job. How old are you? 14. You're 14? Okay.
How long did y'all stay in the room before the police arrived?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes. I'm not sure.
What happened after the police arrived?
Our door was unlocked by an SRO that came in. He asked us if there was anyone in the room that wasn't supposed to be there. I answered no. He closed the door, said he would be back. He came back to the room and told us to stand up and walk outside with our hands up.
And did you do that?
We did.
And where did y'all go?
We walked out of J Hall up the hill, I guess to like just a lawn area. Mm-hmm. And then I guess once more classes started to come out, we walked towards the stadium.
Okay. Did y'all go to the football field?
We went to the football field.
What was the scene like on the football field?
I just started helping make sure kids got into the bleachers, and then it became chaos pretty quickly with lots of families coming looking for their kids.
And how long were y'all out on the field?
Hours.
At some point were you interviewed by law enforcement?
I was.
Okay. And they asked you about the same type of questions I asked you?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them about the same type way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a second, please. I have no further questions. They may have some for you.
Carl? Yes, John. Good afternoon, Ms. Greer. I just have a few questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense, please let me know and I'll rephrase it for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it looked like from the video we watched that Colt Gray was sitting at a table or a group of tables where there were several other students.
Correct.
Kind of like a station? What do you guys describe it as?
Just groups, how I had my class desk.
Okay. So
So is it fair to say there were about 4 desks that were pushed up against each other, and there were 4 kids sitting at that station?
Correct.
And Colt Gray was one of them. And then it appears that Colt Gray was one of the other students that was there as well.
Correct.
Okay. And going back to the day you mentioned in August, you said you walked Mr. Gray to the counselor.
I did.
In that type of situation, is that the policy for you to walk him to the counselor? Or is that what you're told to do?
We're trained that if a student appears suicidal or they're speaking in that manner, that we should walk them. So not necessarily if they say crisis counselor,
okay.
But I just felt like he said crisis counselor and I didn't want to walk alone.
So he said crisis counselor, he didn't mention suicide or anything like that. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I should be excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, I want to just fast forward through a little bit. I'm going to come back and play Sheriff Smith's testimony. I do want to get his testimony, this guy right here. I like his testimony, but I'm going to play him another day. I want to jump to the teacher, Cassie Ryan. So it was Cassie Ryan's room. So we heard from Colt's first. Let me go here. First, it was Suzanne Harris. That was his first class. Then he went to Kathleen Greer's class, and then he couldn't get back into Kathleen Greer's class, so he ended up going to Cassie Ryan's. So I'm going to end it here. This is about 20 minutes or so. So I think we'll end it after this.
State calls Cassandra Ryan. Raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name's Cassandra Ryan, but I go by Cassie.
Okay. And Ms. Ryan, what do you do?
I'm a teacher at Apalachee High School.
Okay. And how long have you been a teacher at Apalachee High School?
This is my 4th year there.
Okay. Were you a teacher there in September of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention specifically to that year. What did you have like a specific assignment of what you're supposed to do before school starts?
Yes, I had we call it front loop duty, but basically we're just waving the students in the morning during their drop off.
Okay. And is that the bus entrance or the car rider entrance?
Car rider.
Okay. And then at first period, what do you do? Do you have a job then?
That was my first period planning, and I had a teacher that pushed into my classroom, so I just planned while he taught his class.
Okay. There's a map next to you. It's a kind of a partial map. Could you show the jury where, there should be like a little pointer.
This is? Okay.
That's official. If you could show them what classroom you were in for first period. Okay. Is that the classroom you stayed in throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay. But you're not teaching this first period class?
I'm not.
Who is teaching that class?
Mr. I can't remember.
That's okay. That's okay. So first period, you're not teaching?
No.
Okay. What about second period?
Yes.
Okay. What course are you teaching?
Algebra 1.
Okay. And is it in that same classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another teacher in the room with you for second period?
Yes, Coach Edwards.
Okay. And why is Coach Edwards also in the class with you for that class?
It's a co-taught classroom, so there's one teacher in there that is the math certified teacher, that would be me, and then there is a special education certified teacher in the classroom because the roster has a significant amount of students that have specific learning disabilities that can range.
Okay. So Mr. Edwards would help those students out while you're teaching the entire class?
Yeah, he's in there to support them through the learning, mainly during like independent work.
Okay, thank you. So you showed the class that you have. Who's in the class next to you?
To the left or right?
As you're facing out of your door to your left?
Miss Greer.
Okay. And do you know Miss Greer?
I do.
Okay, how do you know her?
We started teaching together and we became friends as well.
Okay. Now, I want to take your attention to September 4th of that day. What were you doing when students came into your classroom?
I was standing at the front of the door because we had a new seating arrangement. We do that when we change units, and so we were going into Unit 2. So we change up the seating arrangements for the students.
So the kids have assigned seating?
They do.
Okay. And on that particular morning, you had changed the assigned seating?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you record this?
I made like a chart in Canva of the layout of my classroom, and all of my desks were numbered. And then I use the roster of my students and I list the seat number on that roster of each student.
Okay. I'm going to show you a Smart State Exhibit number 67. Ask you to recognize what this is.
That's the roster that I used for various things, but there was the seating numbers on this as well.
Okay. So are you using that to check when they come in and also telling them where to sit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Does that accurately reflect the seating chart you had that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I tender State Exhibit number 67 in evidence.
No objection. 67 submitted.
Okay. I'm going to show you Marked State Exhibit number 37. Color 67. So the numbers on the left are the seating numbers, or the ones on the right?
The numbers on the right.
That would be correspond to a seat in your.
Yes.
Okay. I'll show you Marked State Exhibit number 37. Ask you to recognize what that is.
This is a roster of my classroom.
Okay. And were those the kids that were present in your classroom that day? September 4th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And were all of those students on that day under the age of 18?
Yes.
Was Stephen Edwards also in your room on September 4th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, tender State Exhibit number 37 into evidence this time?
No objection. 37 submitted.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State Exhibit number 38. I should identify what that is.
This is the seating chart layout that I created of my classroom.
Okay. Has names been added to the numbers?
Correct. Yes.
And are those names added to the numbers accurate as to where the children were assigned to be seated that day?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I tender State Exhibit number 38 into evidence.
No objection.
So as we're looking at 38 on the screen, if you could identify first where the front door is.
Like the point?
Yeah, you can use the pointer behind you.
Oh, okay.
We used to have it where you could touch the screen, but that seems more difficult. So the pointer would probably be better.
This is the door.
Okay. And where would you generally be teaching from?
Up here.
Okay. And where would Mr. Edwards be?
He wandered around the room, but this was his desk here.
Okay. Is the other desk your desk?
Yeah, like this is my desk, or that was my desk. This was his desk.
Okay. And he just wandered to whichever child needed his help at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Just kind of observed.
Did you, when the kids came into the classroom after you've assigned them their seat, do you do anything else with them as they're coming in?
We do a warm-up, and so that is on the board for them to get their materials out to get started on the warm-up while everyone's coming in.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all start class?
Yes.
Okay. And what class again do you teach?
Algebra 1.
Algebra 1. Okay. How about was the class going that day? What's the structure of the class?
So we begin with a warm-up, and then we kind of structure into the beginning part of our lesson. And I set timers on the board for students to be able to know like how much time they have for each specific part of our lesson. And then we would do about a 30-minute lesson and then go into like an independent practice time.
What's independent practice time?
Where they work on problems on their own. But this particular day, it was structured slightly different. So they had like 10-minute intervals where we were working through kind of difficult problems. The beginning of a unit is always typically the hardest because it's the first time they're seeing the material. And so the goal was to work through like chunking pieces of the material.
And when they're doing this individually?
No, they're able, so the reason why the groups are together is they're able to work with the people around them.
Okay. What are you doing while they're working on these things?
Typically when they're independently working, I'm circling the room just to kind of see where they're at, maintain behaviors, making sure they're staying on task, and helping any students that need help.
And is Mr. Edwards doing basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about restroom breaks.
Okay.
How does that work?
So you can see next to the door, there's a thing that says sign out.
Okay, in the bottom left corner?
Yes. That is where there was a chart where the students sign in and out to go to the restroom. But after the warm-up, students are able to ask to go. And typically Mr. Edwards would be the one, addressing who was going to the restroom. And they knew what order they were in. So once that person came back.
I was about to say, is it only one at a time out of the class?
Correct. And so they have to sign their name, where they were going, and the time that they left. And there was a pass that they would take when they left the room.
Okay. Is there any sort of procedure about what to do with the door?
When they left the room, typically the goal is to have them shut the door. So at Apalachee, we have a shut door policy, and a lock door. So when we open our doors in the morning, we're careful not to twist it to where it's able to be opened from the outside.
Okay. So when they came back, how would they get back in?
Someone would have to let them back into the room.
Okay. Now, at some point during that morning class at September 4th, did something happen that was out of the ordinary?
Yes.
Tell me what you first noticed.
At 10:30ish.
Sure.
Okay. So I had just started. One of the timers had gone off. I don't quite remember where we were in the lesson, but I remember hearing a loud hit or something, and looking over. And
looking over where?
Toward the door.
Is that where the sound came from?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see?
I don't recall exactly what I saw, but I knew that I saw something that made me jump to the floor.
So it was something disturbing?
What?
Was it something disturbing that you saw?
Yes.
Was it a person that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. What about this person was disturbing to you?
He was holding a weapon.
Okay. Do you remember what this person looked like?
I don't.
And I'm sure you're not a gun aficionado. Maybe you are, but can you describe the weapon you're referring to?
It just was a long gun. The only thing I remember about the person is that he had like unnatural bleached hair.
Okay.
But that's all I could see.
Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
Okay. When you hit the floor, first off, on the thing about where were you on that chart?
I was at the board in between this first L.
So kind of in the middle of that L?
I was speaking to Tyler at seat 21.
Okay. And did you dive somewhere, or did you just drop to the floor where you were?
I dropped to the floor where I was, and I remember being faced towards the door and coming up in front of a bunch of book bags.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
So at that point, there was gunfire that started happening, and I could feel like debris and bullets going over my head.
What was happening inside the room?
Inside the room?
What were the other students doing?
The students began to duck down. A lot of desks were moving around. And it was hard to hear because once the gunshots started happening, it kind of messed my hearing to where it just, all you heard was like ringing for a little bit.
How many gunshots do you think you heard?
A lot.
Okay. And was it like a few and then a break and then a few and then a break, or was it?
No, it was like a rapid, the whole thing.
Were you able to see anything in reference to the shooter during this time?
No.
Okay. How long did the shooting last?
Seconds. It didn't feel like seconds, but it was seconds.
Okay. When you look up, was the shooter still in the room?
No.
Do you know how far he came into the room?
I think he just stepped 1 foot in.
Okay. Once he left, was the door open or shut?
Once he left, I remember starting to get up, and I saw the door closing, and Ronaldo was throwing chairs toward the door.
Okay. Tell me about what happened at that point. What's going on inside the room?
So I remember seeing Ronaldo throw the chairs and then dart to the corner of the room. When I stood up, I was starting to walk toward the door, and then I heard Natalie say, "Mr. Hine had been shot." And when I looked at her and I looked down, I could see the pool of blood, and I could see her wound.
Was that Natalie Griffith?
Yes.
Okay. What wound did you see? Where was it?
It was on her wrist, up right above her wrist. I could see the bone exposed.
How was she? Was she conscious?
She was, yeah.
Okay. And was she saying anything or doing anything?
She just kept repeating that she had been shot, and so I grabbed her and laid her on the ground, and then I grabbed a nearby hoodie and wrapped it around her wrist to try to help the bleeding. And then I heard Melanie say that she had also been shot.
Is that Melanie Delira Castaneda?
Correct.
Okay. Am I pronouncing that name right? Is it Delira?
I think it's Castaneda.
Okay. And did you see her wounds?
I could see that she had been shot through the shoulder, and I saw the blood there, but I couldn't see the actual flesh of the wound.
Okay. And how was she?
She was very quiet. I think she was scared, but I've known Melanie for a little while before, and so she does have a very calm demeanor, and so she was very calm and quiet, and just grasping her shoulder.
Did she appear to be in pain?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice any wounds to Nautica Walton?
I did. So once I had laid Natalie down and I put Melanie next to Natalie, there was a group of girls that were already in the corner. And one of them, Hayden, had asked if we should move the smartboard in front of the door. And at that point, I was trying to assess what was happening. And so I then saw Nautica on the ground, and she was quite frantic and grasping at the back of her leg. I couldn't see her wound or any blood, but she was in severe pain.
And did you see Taylor Jones?
I did not see Taylor Jones.
Okay. Were you aware of any injuries to Jackson Beaver or Ronaldo Vega?
I was aware that Ronaldo, after the police had come in, he had said something that he was also injured. And then when we had gotten out of the room and up to the top of the hill, Jackson had said that he asked me to look at the back of his leg, and he did have something lodged into the back of his leg.
Okay. Did you see Christian Angulo in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Where was he located at?
He was in front of the door. And he was on the ground.
What, could you tell if he was alive or not?
He was alive. And Coach Edwards said that we needed to make a barricade around him after everything, all the shots had fired. And so they stacked desk around because he didn't want to move him. And while I was helping Natalie and Melanie and Nautica in the corner, there was a moment where me and Coach Edwards had looked at each other and said that they needed to come because it wasn't good. And when they came finally, they had pronounced him dead while we were here.
It shows Mark State Exhibit number 39.
Yes, that's Christian.
Is that an accurate representation of Christian Angulo? You're on Interstate Exhibit number 39 in the evidence?
Yeah, objection. 39.
Could you tell where he had been injured at?
I didn't get close enough to him to see where he had been shot.
How long did y'all stay in that room before the police came?
It was quite a bit of time. I would say probably 20 minutes.
Okay. How did they get in the room, the police?
They had a key. Then they had to push through all of the stuff that they had piled in front of the door.
Y'all had barricaded stuff in front of the door?
Okay. Ronaldo did.
What did they do when they came in first?
They had their weapons drawn and were telling everyone to put their hands up, but I had stood up out of the corner and walked in front of the middle of the room and said, "No, we need help."
Okay. And did medical personnel start coming into the room?
They did not. So I had started to tell them where everyone that I knew was hurt. And they had, at the beginning, asked me to help carry Natalie because there was only a few of them. And then more ended up coming into the room.
Okay, so they took Natalie out?
I didn't see them take Natalie out. So when they came in the room, they flipped the lights on. And that's when the students had noticed Christian on the floor. And they knew he wasn't with us anymore. And so the students began to get really upset. And they had pronounced him dead, but we had to walk by him out the door.
Because he was right in front of the door?
Yeah, and Martin started holding Brittany's face and telling her she could do it. And I had to grab Hayden and tell her that it was going to be okay, just to get them out the door.
Where were they going?
They were exiting us up towards the right, up the top of the hill after you leave J Hall.
Okay. Did you stay at the top of the hill very long?
No, or I don't know. We were the first ones up on the top of the hill.
So y'all were like the first students evacuated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did other students start coming out from other classrooms?
They did.
Okay. Did y'all stay on the hill or did they move you somewhere else?
They started ushering us towards the football field.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the football field?
I started ushering students to the football field and waving my hands. And I came across 2 students that I had taught before. And they came up and hugged me. And they said, "Miss Ryan, why do you have blood on your hands?" And that's when I noticed that I had blood on my hands. And so I just hid my hands because I didn't know where to go wash them yet. And we got up to the top of the hill, and I can't really remember what they were wanting us to do, but we just got all the students to the middle of the football field.
At some point, did you realize that one of your students was missing?
Yes, a student approached me and asked me where Mason was. That they had looked online and saw that he was in my classroom. And so I began helping them look for him. And at one point I came across Miss Schumerhorn.
Mason's mother?
Yes.
Okay.
And we began looking for Mason, and Miss Lee, which was his advisor, came and helped start looking for him. And we were thinking that maybe he heard what happened and had ran.
Why did you think that?
Because he had done that before. Not in high school, but in his earlier education.
Does he have a learning disability?
He does.
Okay. How long did y'all look for Mason?
Hours.
It shows Mark Stay sitting number 68. As you realize this.
That's my sign in and out sheet.
Is that the piece of paper you said was on the board where kids would sign out to the bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Who was the last? Does it accurately reflect the sign out sheets you had in your room that day?
It does.
Your Honor, Tender State Exhibit number 68 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 68.
And who signed out last?
Mason.
Thank you.
No questions, John. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, that's a really tough way to end the day, but that is where I'm going to end it because it's 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. So I was just looking through the medical examiner. So poor Christian, he actually opened the door for Colt. If you remember, so that was Cassie Ryan's class. It was Kathleen Greer's class. They saw Colt. They did not open the door because they saw that he had a firearm. Christian unfortunately opened the door, and he was the first one. So he basically got hit in the arms and then his chest. I'm sure that's what took his life. And then poor Mason. Mason, I feel terrible about all of them, but Mason just breaks my heart in the sense he was walking away, and Colt's firing at him, and the bullets go by him, and he thinks that he turns away from that, and he runs right into Colt, and then he gets shot in the head. So I mean, it's just terrible, absolutely terrible. So, all right, let's see. Well, just real briefly, we will be tomorrow. We're getting together with Dr. Barry. So tomorrow is Dr. Barry at 6:15 at night. So what we're going to do is we're going to just put a hold on this. We're going to jump over to Carlos tomorrow. Carlos Dominguez. The jury has been deliberating since Thursday. I have to see if. Thank you so much, Debbie. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hold on. Let me move that. That's a terrible place. Let me move it up here. Thank you, Debbie. Hey, trial fan. So Carlos, the jury's been deliberating since Thursday, so we're gonna focus in on Carlos, and then Dr. Barry is going to be talking to us about Carlos, Isaac, Kiera, and Lindsay Clancy, because we will be covering Lindsay Clancy as well. So, but this week is going to be about the Grays. We've got Colt's sentencing is this Friday. It may go into Monday. I'm not sure. And then Colin's sentencing is Tuesday and Wednesday. We know for sure that it is 2 days. So all right, you guys. With that, I will say goodbye, but I'm going to leave you with something a little bit more positive. This world is full of, as my mom used to say, this world is full of trouble and woe, but nothing a little kitty can't help you get through. So terrible, absolutely terrible. Oh, there's Houdini. There's a little Houdini back there. There's a little Houdini. Hey, Houdini. Good girl. Hi. Little Super Ball. Hi. Yeah, it's a good girl. All right. All right, good girl. We've got Roger coming up here. Good boy. Yeah, good boy. Super Ball. Good girl. So hopefully that helps you a little bit get through the rest of your day, seeing our kitties. So thank you guys for joining us. I know it was it's a very emotional day. We cover tough trials, or just any criminal trial is tough. I don't know of any criminal trial where somebody passes away where it's not tough. It's always tough. So just make sure you get yourself centered. Make sure you ground yourself. However you do that, hopefully it's in a good, positive way to get yourself back. Aussie's asking Super Ball, did you hit the like button? Did you hit the like button? I think she did. Did you hit the like button? Super Ball, did you hit the like button? Hey, did you hit the like button? I think she's saying she hit the like button. So, all right. Hey, Cuda Girl, thank you for being in the courtroom. So we will definitely be talking on Friday and then next week as well. We'd love to hear your perspective. And thank you guys again for watching. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And tomorrow we're going to do Carlos Dominguez because we're going to have Dr. Barry talk with us afterwards at 6:15. So we'll do a full day of Carlos tomorrow. And then we'll get back on Wednesday and Thursday. We'll get back on Colt and Colin Gray. So, did I change this thumbnail? All right, let me change this thumbnail. I have to change this thumbnail first. Let me just change this thumbnail real quick. All right, what Aaron is saying, let's see. 5 jurors have been seated. All right, so in Lindsay Clancy, they have seated 5 jurors. They need 18. So that's I'm actually shocked by that. I didn't think they'd have. I thought they'd have. They said it may take up to 2 weeks, but they've seated 5 out of the 18. So they could get 5 more tomorrow, 5 more Wednesday, and finish up on Thursday. Yeah, they could be starting. All right, we're going to have to make some decisions then because I definitely want to stream the sentencings. So maybe Lindsay Clancy, we might have to do a catch up on her, but we'll see. We'll see how that works out. So anyway, all right, guys, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you to everybody, to mods and to Aaron, and we will see you guys tomorrow for Carlos Gray. Carlos Dominguez. All right, take care, guys. Bye.